are live. Hello, everyone, and all those that are listening to this as a rerun. We are covering some more topics like yesterday, and I'm going to start off with some gaming and get into the different things that we're going to do. And I am going to do one little thing really quick before I begin. Okay, I'm back. We're switching windows. Alright, so I'm going to first start off with the gaming, and I'm going to go into the topics about more about the leprosy and the aliens in Peru with additional information as well. Hello, Rebel. Good to see you. Glad you could make it in chat. And here I go. I'm going to now do the gaming while we wait for others to come. Pirate game that I have, and I'll go into the farm animals and the different things like that. Okay, here we go. Alright, so I have some more farm animal pictures to show later, and additional articles that I didn't show before. And this is the island in the Caribbean. Going to do things with some of the ships. See if my boat is working out. Okay. Yeah, so this is my ship. It's good to see you too, Rebel. Good to see you too. And here I am in the ship, and yeah, so basically I hope everybody has a good weekend. If anybody's planning on anything, feel free to put it in the chat. Today I was talking to my friend that's over in New York for a little while because of his little brother, and he's in the Trump Tower with his mom, and he was telling me about, we were just catching up because it's been a while since I've talked to him, and so he has some different things going on up there in New York. It's much cooler than it is here. Much nice. Down here, like especially where I am, there's a drought going on. There's no rain or anything. I'm doing things, working on some new content and stuff over the weekend. That's what I'm going to be doing. And I'll go into how basically there could be some new updates going on about those aliens in Peru. I think that's wild. I think that definitely should be looked into. We'll see if there's more stuff going on with that. And here we go. Taking out the ship. Hello, stranded lifeform. I am going to get into the topics as we. What I'm doing is I'm playing the game and waiting for some of the other people to come through, and then I'll get into the other topics that I talked about. Some more the same things, but with new articles. Alright, got a new cargo crate. It's been raining where you are, Rebel. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, down here it hasn't rained in a long time and all the grass is dying. It's turning into a desert in Louisiana. That's good. I like tea. Tea's pretty cool. It's good to drink. And I definitely think a lot of things that the media may push in the future will try to get people to be afraid of the different things that are going on so people don't do stuff. And I think people need to be aware of that, like I was saying last night. And I definitely think that the public schools should be independent of China. And speaking of tea, I love tea. I think tea is very good. It's very nice to have. And there's all kinds of different flavors. I like coffee as well. And I think that the tea, I don't know if I've experienced the coffee crashes, but I know of the coffee crashes. And people, like with that drink the tea, they don't have the coffee crashes. So that's very interesting. And the tea plant is a very nice plant. It's from China. Very cool. And these ships carry, some of them carry the tea, actually. And I'm getting the tea. And this over here was in the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, this island called Devil's Anvil. It's pretty cool. Alright, so yeah, this is the island, and they have a Pirates of the Caribbean character here, I believe. Yeah, very nice palm trees. Yeah, stranded. Yeah, that's good because coffee causes a lot of problems, and it doesn't cause the coffee crashes, and you can keep on going through your day. It gives a good balance. That's the good thing about coffee. I mean tea, rather. Yeah, iced tea. I like iced tea also. Yeah, I've had tea, loose leaf tea. I've had that before. That tastes very good. And another thing that I like, I like the classic British teas, and I like the teas because you could make. I've made iced tea out of British tea, like hot tea. That was nice. Lemonade's good too. And yes, about the corn, with the corn is okay. My corn is okay, but it's not like the other corn that I showed y'all that I had earlier this year. And the reason why I grew it so early was because of the weather here. And we're having I'm watering the plants, but there's strange weather here because of the drought. And yeah, it's not coming out like the other ones did, but there's still corn there though. Because I remember before the Hurricane Ida, it was very the elephant ear plants were very big. They're getting as large as the house. I'll put some content up about that. And a lot of the tea was loose leaf back in the day, and then later on they put them in bags. And that's something I talked about on the blog website. I like to talk about the tea. I like the different flavors from different places. And there are about 2,000 alien sightings throughout time, in recent times, in the state of Georgia. And also, there has been these sightings all over the world, especially the lady that was on the airplane that she thought she saw a fake human. So with the topic about the aliens, there's a lot of stuff going on, and with the technology and reach, the people can't hide it anymore, and that's the sun about to come up over here on this island. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, it sounds like a good brand of tea. I'll try it. Yeah, this part was in the Pirates of the Caribbean movie right here. Right here. Yeah, so that's the monkey he has. And this is Barbosa. He's the pirate that's like an ally and an adversary to Jack Sparrow. And this was in the first movie. All the treasure. The undead pirates. Like with this monkey, it doesn't. Yeah, like just like with the movie. It doesn't do anything to it. The monkey's fine. Because it's an invincible monkey, just like the movie. Yeah, so that's the governor of Port Royal. That's his painting. It's cool how they added this in the game. Oh, Amanda, hello. Glad to have you here. And yeah, I know, sometimes the YouTube stuff will act silly. Yeah, this is like tattoos and stuff you could get in here when you do the sailing stuff, when you fight the other ships. Hello, Mary. Nice to have you in chat. Oh no, Stranded. There is this woman that was on an airplane, and she believed that she saw a fake alien, I mean a fake human, and the person was not real. It was like a some kind of cryptid or some kind of an alien. So that's basically what the woman saw, and she had to get off the airplane. I could play the clip later. See if I could find it. Yeah, but and also in China there is this woman, I mean this Chinese man, and he thought he saw somebody from Middle Earth. So what is Middle Earth exactly? Middle Earth is the theory that there's a hollow Earth and there's people inside of it. I think some of the Nazis may have thought that there was something down there. And the Chinese man had to get off the plane. He was freaking out. And another guy that was a boxer was scared, and he got off the airplane too. So three different on different continents, on different areas, the people are seeing these things because the gap between our world and the other world are wearing thin. And where does this come from? Even the ancient Celts, the Welsh, Scottish, and Irish, the ancient British, they felt like on Hallows Eve, they would dress up as ghouls and ghosts, and they would have those decorations to ward off the evil spirits, because the our world and the spirit world were wearing thin. So even back in the ancient times, there is these things. So some lady sees something on an airplane. And that's basically because she is seeing the same thing the ancient people saw, but in our time it's getting more frequent. Right, she caused the plane people to get off the plane. That's what she caused. Well, I don't know about the story you're talking about, Mary. I'm talking about this woman that saw an alien on the airplane. And I am going to be showing farm animal pictures from Peach. And they did a body language expert was doing an analysis on the woman, and he said that it's likely she was telling the truth. I'm not too sure about the story that y'all talking about, but that's interesting. So this is Spain. I don't know exactly which state it happened in, but there is this situation in America where this woman was on a plane, and she said the person she was sitting next to was not a real person, and she had to get off the plane, and she was scared out of her mind. And there is in China, a dude was freaking out, and he thought that there was somebody from Middle Earth that was bothering him, and that they were going to end up like the Malaysian flight. And there's theories that the Malaysian flight saw a UFO. Yeah, so this is me as Spain. Spanish ship. So also there's like movies like Michael Myers, that movie. So he had the Curse of Thorn. I was talking to my that's visiting New York earlier about it, and basically the Curse of Thorn is this ancient Celtic curse when they would kill the whole family to save the whole tribe of people back then, and that is something originates because he was of a supernatural being, of supernatural origin, and that is based on true events. In a sense, what I mean by that is there's ancient Celtic traditions and ancient traditions that link to what we're seeing now. So they're saying that the sighting that was seen by the ancient people in Peru is something that they're seeing now. It's the same thing. Yeah, and okay, Stranded, that's interesting. And what story specifically, Stranded, that did he cover a few hours ago? Yeah, ice cream. Ice cream's cool. All these Spanish ships chilling, exploring, and about to fight other ships. Yeah, so I think yeah, so the people. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what that story's about. I'll go see it another time. But yeah, so basically, what happened with those women, with the woman I'm talking about, she saw an alien on an air, like a humanoid thing, some paranormal being on an airplane. Probably gonna sink. There I go. So we got caught in an ambush because their health got back, and then they're gonna sink them, and I'm gonna go back to the field. Okay, stranded. That's funny. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Mary. Thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. And with the leprosy thing in the deep south, as I said yesterday, to not be afraid of it, to not be frightened of it. And that's basically the situation with that, with the leprosy thing. Got some more articles to show about that. Yeah, because I don't know if it's the same story that I'm talking about, that y'all are talking about. But thanks for telling me about it. Because the story I'm talking about is very old. It was like from a month ago or so. Maybe something new happened. And yeah, so basically, I think, in my opinion, that these interdimensional beings are causing a lot of issues to us because of the end times, and that some of the aliens, as I said, aren't obviously not good, especially ripping off people's faces in Peru. That's not nice. Yeah, it's probably a different story. But a stranded life form. Thanks for telling me about it. Now, can you explain a little bit about the story, even if you just did, so I could know for sure? Because I'm saying that this lady was on an airplane, and she had to get off the airplane because the thing she saw wasn't real. The person wasn't real. But I'll probably go find it and play it later. It's not a big deal. Now, do y'all think that? Okay, well, so with the leprosy thing, I'll explain. Ah, there he is. Yeah, and yeah, there's two different stories and confuse a Karen one with a supernatural thing. Yeah, this I'm talking about a supernatural thing. Oh, my ship's health isn't too good right now. Okay, and thanks, Mary, for explaining that to me. And so, basically, summing up things before I get into them. So in Peru, there is these aliens, and I made a video about it. But since I uploaded the two things at the same time, there wasn't anybody that really saw the thing I put out. So basically, with the video that I made about the Peru aliens, so in Peru, there's allegedly something going on, which I believe is real, where these aliens, these interdimensional aliens, are attacking people in Peru and villages and stuff, and they're causing a lot of problems. And they fly and they glide with these shoes. It's kind of like the Green Goblin. They're describing them as Green Goblin type creatures. So these aliens are not nice, obviously, and that they're ripping people's faces off. And there's some information that came out about that, and also more about the leprosy. So leprosy, there is this situation where the lepers in Florida and Louisiana and Georgia, there is this outbreak of leprosy. And the reason for that is they're saying armadillos, but it could be the open borders and things like that. And they could possibly some of us think it could be used to get people to stop voting and stuff like that. And I'll go through some other articles because I covered it, things yesterday, and I have new articles today. So, and other stuff that was sent to me to cover. Yeah, because my ship needs to be repaired. Yeah, I think they're two different stories. I'm talking about something that happened like a month ago. But to me, paranormal sightings and paranormal things are timeless. So I'll bring up something that happened a month ago because the paranormal thing, it's very important. Okay, Mary. And I have a new thing. What I'm doing is before I get into the topics, I'm going to show some of the farm animals. I will get the things together with that. Okay. Okay. Okay, Stranded. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know about that one, but let's see. let's see. I'm trying to look at something. Yeah. So. Okay. Okay. And thank you, Stranded. As I said, thank you. Okay. Yeah, because I don't really know about this. Okay. About to get this ship. I'm ending its whole career. Alright. Yeah, because this lady that I'm speaking about, she went missing. And they don't know what happened to her. So it's probably a different story that y'all are talking about. What kind of... Do y'all have a particular farm animal you like more than another? I'm just curious. I think goats are pretty cool. I like all of them. I think the ponies are nice. I missed. Alright. Yeah, because the armadillos, those are pretty... Like, because that's... Like, Peach told me that they're not really that bad, the armadillos, and she said that they have been around them before, and they weren't having a problem, just like there's raccoons that could carry it. They carry the rabies. Okay, yeah, it's a difference. Yeah, horses. Yeah, I like horses. Yeah, that's fun, in general. Let's see. Going to the island, docking. Back into the Spanish island, because remember, this is how the different levels of the game were formulated, and it's not letting me dock. Okay, not letting me dock. There we go. Oh, now it is. Alright, so basically, so with the leprosy outbreak, there in America, we are able to treat it. We are able to treat these things, and it wouldn't be like a problem like it would be in a third world country, because now we have the technology and resources where we would be able to protect and defend ourselves more efficiently, and also keeping a healthy body, keeping eating right and eating healthy, keeping a healthy, and that's how it's done. That's how a person would protect themselves from preventing them from having it in the first place. And there's natural things and medical things people can do if it were to be caught. So to not be afraid of it, but the media could blow it up out of proportion. And Peach, her farm animals, they they gave birth last night to a new goat, some new goats, and some new cows. All right, about to look at chat, and about to get into this. I'm about to get back to chat. I totally agree, Stranded Lifeform. I just totally agree. And I think that that's basically what they're trying to do to ruin the elections and stuff. I do certainly think that more control and vaccines. And I'll read what you said. I think the leprosy is either a fake to justify steal mail-in ballots, and the second one is to come from some illegals. Three side effects of the yes of the vax. Yes, makes sense to me. Yeah. So basically, that's what. So what Peach and I were talking about is that it likely comes from the border, because there's these people, especially in these third world countries that are very poor. That's where it's most prevalent. These diseases, and it's related to tuberculosis. And in London, back in the 1800s and the 1900s, there were tuberculosis outbreaks where everybody got them. Everybody got it. And my great grandfather, as I said last night, he had it, and he passed away from it. Yeah, I know. People want to be politically correct, Mary, and they want people get their feelings hurt. And it just, there's a lot of snowflakes. Like, I'll ask you this. Y'all think in the early 2000s, in the 90s, things were better? Like, people were different back then? And it wasn't all woke like it is now? So a lot of us were thinking that it's very different because of the. In our modern times, it's not the same. Like, I was a little baby in the late 90s and the early 2000s. I grew up, and I was hoping that things would be like that now, but they're not. But I'm keeping it alive. Like, I'm being the way I would have been no matter how society went. But I didn't ever imagine it would have been like this. Yeah, I agree that animals are more trustworthy than people. I agree. Yes, I got him with my conquistadors. I could sink at any moment, chat. It's not all sunshine and roses here. And I don't, and I need to upgrade the armor and stuff on the ship for it to be more better from defenses. But yeah, these are other players. So the other stuff is like game moderation, but like the game AI, but this is other players. And I remember when I had the anchors, so I was an efficient captain, but now I'll say the ships are more upgraded than they were before. Yeah, and we sunk them. So I'm getting coins for my. So basically, you can't see it on your screen, but on the screen there's this plunder that I'm getting because I'm helping assist the battle with France. Cases of lice are increasing. I didn't know that, stranded life form. I did not know that. And do y'all have thoughts also about how? Well, so basically, I'll read the articles, and there's things I didn't read last night. It's not only like a repeat; it's like a whole new thing. And I am going back home so I can repair the ship because it needs comfort. It needs a hug. Yeah, lice is increasing, so I think it's a combination of those reasons, a combination of that stuff, and that's what's causing, and it's not letting me dock again. All right, let's see. Go dock right now. Oh, drop anchor, and they sunk me. You see, it wouldn't let me dock, and it sunk me. Well, I guess that fixes that problem. Dude's cool. The guy has cats on his thing. Yeah. Alright. Ship's gonna come back. The ship's back. Sunk again because the armor I have needs to be upgraded. That would be a reason. And you dock to the shore. Yeah, a lot of people come out in the woodwork. Exactly. I totally agree with that. Okay. So yeah, so with lice, I mean with leprosy, it's something from the Bible, and the parts of the body go numb and they get damaged, and then they would have to be amputated and things like that. And the farm animals, yeah, I'll show the different chickens and things. And I think, yeah, I'll get to that in just a moment. Let's see. That's the wrong thing. I didn't mean to do that on this other window I'm in. Alright, that there. Alright. Now, chat, what are your thoughts about... Oh, and China is funding the public schools. Also that. Yeah, I agree, Stranded, that's basically what it is, and we're in a similar situation to that, yes. Again. And I think that it's all a part of agenda. They're not going to give up. They're going to keep on doing what they're doing. Very wild stuff. Yeah, I agree. Cause remember, there's a lot of people over there that are showing different videos and stuff about it, and there's a lot of people that are coming from over the border, and and that's definitely, I would say, where it's coming from as well. Yes, and I also think with the aliens in Peru, as I was saying, the aliens in Peru, I was playing a bit of a game. Yeah, the aliens in Peru. I think that they were certainly up with nefarious purposes. All right. Oh, stranded. I might be. Yeah, I was just talking about. I don't think you missed anything, and I'm going through different topics. Like I'm kind of mentioning the different things. That's what I'm doing, and basically, I'm talking about the aliens, like the Peru aliens. I mentioned that because I mentioned the leprosy thing. Now I'm mentioning the other things, but no, I don't think you missed anything. I'm just mentioning things in different in a different order as I go through the game. All right, and I do take some pauses, so maybe some comments aren't showing on your side, but I'm just kind of going through the different things. And also that I think, and so now I'm talking about the different things that I like in this game, the different islands and stuff. And now I'm asking the chat if they have any thoughts about the alien attacks in Peru. I know I mentioned it yesterday, but if there's any more thoughts that any of y'all have about that, like say stranded, like did you hear about it? I know I mentioned it in the stream and the video, but it's pretty crazy that's going on with that. Yeah, now I'm back with the Mariner. I've upgraded my level with my abilities on here. Going back into one of these islands. Yeah, I'm talking to myself, yes. Yeah, that's the moon on the island, and that's a British fort over there. That other island over there. Yeah, so basically this thing is a bunch of islands. I don't think I've been here yet. So we got a zombie right here. It's an undead duelist. Yeah, and that's pretty cool. Right here. About to go to this other one. And I want to say, I'm glad everybody that's here. Thank you. Uh-oh. I gotta get myself together here. Alright. Battling in the moonlight. Alright. So fighting these two of them at the same time. I'll use some of the power-ups. Alright, here we go. This reminds me of that island that Tom Hanks' character got stranded on. Yeah, so basically in Peru, there is this situation that I was talking about before. That these villagers were upset because these aliens were coming over and they were attacking them. And they were in like Green Goblin type aliens, so they were like the Green Goblin, like they were on the gliding thing and they had bombs and things and they were ripping up people and apparently also taking people's faces off too. And the villagers were having a problem with that, and I uploaded a video about it, but I uploaded at the same time the leprosy thing, and not many people really saw it, which is very interesting how the YouTube thing works. Explore the island. There's some Spanish people that are undead. I don't know why in this game they don't let us fight with two swords, but they let the zombies fight with two swords. And now there's two of them. Alright. Might be the end of me on this island. Alright. And yeah, so the Peru government is sending people over there to stop the aliens from hurting the people over there. I'm just showing y'all some more of the island, some more of these zombie things, and get this grenade out. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so that's the situation in Peru. There is this alien sighting, and the aliens were they're hurting people and ripping people's faces off down in Peru. And that's what was going on with that. And as I said, before I get into those stories I'm about to cover, I'm going to show the farm animal pictures. Something positive and something nice. And another thing about food, I think food does... Oh, there's all kinds of good food. But I do think that, was talking about a different subject with food, I think spices do well with food. It helps enhance it. When I was with my friends down the street, I remember they use a lot of spices. Hello, Latina. Glad you could come. So this is a jungle cave. You have a couple of these in the game. Well, it's not really a cave, but it's a jungle area. And they have some other enemies to fight. And yeah, here we go. We have an undead slasher. It's like a serial killer. Well, so these are like Antifa people. Ah, they got me. Yeah, that's the Cutthroat Island. I will say in this game, they definitely did something to make it more, to upgrade it more. With the enemies and different things, it seems that before it was a little bit more simplistic, but also it's been a little bit, because they've added more enhancements to the game, like they have a pawn shop and stuff on here. Those are the skeletons. Pretty cool skeletons. Yeah, this is just in Tortuga. It's this pirate island in the Caribbean. It's a pirate port. And the people in the game, like the zombies, the undead zombies, are like Antifa people. This is another cave type area on this island. An undead pirate. And they have Halloween levels in this game when the Halloween season comes out. That's a dude that's digging stuff. I think chickens are so cute. It's something else I think is cute is a chicken. Yeah, this is an alligator. I think they're still in the chat, but I don't know for sure. I think Amanda's doing laundry or something, and I don't know where Rebel is. I play the game for a little bit because I want to wait for, when there's people that want to come where they don't miss as much as they can miss. Alright, here we go. Yeah, that's good, Latina. Yeah. Alright, I still have the game open, but I'm going to look at some of the farm animals. I'm going to switch some windows. Let's see. Alright, so this is a goat. One of Peach's goats. Right here. That's one of the goats. Such relaxing, so cute. Really nice. She has these little mini goats. Y'all like that. And I have some more to show. Also over here, this is a pony. This is one of the ponies that she has. Alright, Amanda. That's nice. That's good. And Amanda, you didn't miss anything. I'm getting into the part where I show the farm animals. And yes, this is, one of the ponies in the farm. It's cute, and stranded life form. Yeah, that's one of the horses. And this is the lamb that Peach always feeds all the time, where she sometimes has to leave the stream or whatever, or do different things, or she feeds this cute little lamb. And yeah, I like it. He thinks he's a dog. His name's Petey. And this is that's one of that's one of her dogs. And the goat. Yeah, they're so adorable, and I do have more. There's more coming. And yeah, this is the goat again. That's one of her little her mini goats. Cute little, they're mini goats, so like they just stay mini, and they also have the mini horses. And over here we got some more goats. And these are the larger goats. Very nice, and they're very cool and very therapeutic. Yes. Yes, those are one of the breeds that she has. Okay. Okay. This was one from yesterday. These are some of the ducks. Yeah. And these are some of them chilling. They're all like chilling together, and the goats will think that they're dogs. Yeah, the dogs are funny. They're like a meme. Yeah, there's a lot of memes. Oh yes, I agree, Stranded. I do agree with that. That's certainly true. Well, Latina, you're absolutely correct. Exactly. Evil. There's a lot of evil people in this world. Did she get the duck eggs? Let's see. These are some of the chickens. Yeah, so if she gets the duck eggs, yeah, because they lay eggs. I don't. I know what she does is she likes to like talk about hatching the ducks. She likes to do that. And another thing, but the duck eggs for what reason? Stranded life form. But yeah, they do lay eggs. Yes. And you could elaborate on that stranded life form. That'd be cool. But yes, to answer your question, yeah, they do lay eggs. Like she gets the eggs that they lay. Obviously, yes. I just haven't really talked much about that. These are the chickens. I showed that one yesterday. These are the chickens. Oh yes, Latina. That's absolutely true. Definitely, that the cats and dogs can see things from another dimension. I do agree with that. Yes. Latina, I could look it up, but things in moderation shouldn't be bad. Like if it wasn't healthy in moderation, it wouldn't be bad. And I don't think that a duck is would be terribly unhealthy. Oh, actually, reading right now, duck fat is a byproduct of duck meat production that may often be viewed as useless part of the duck. However, it's rich in heart friendly, unsaturated fatty acids and may confer some health benefits like lowering blood sugar, reducing your risk of developing heart disease when used in place of other similar fats. So, to answer your question, Latina, duck fat is very healthy. Yeah, I haven't asked her about that, but I assume she has eaten the duck eggs. But I'll ask her. All right, we'll put some more in here. Yeah, this is the cow. want to do. And I must have switched the window or something. Yeah, this is what... Okay. Yeah, something switched. Let's see. All right. We're back on the other window. Okay, so I accidentally did something and switched the windows. Now we got it back. Yeah, so that's one of the cows. Hey, Yassi Wolverines. Glad that you could come. I was just showing the different farm animals. Yeah, and that's Petey. Alright, that's the one I want to show. Yassi Wolverines, this is a baby goat. Got an exotic one coming up in a moment. Okay, this one's a really interesting one. Peacock. I remember one time a peacock chased me with a stroller when I was in the stroller. Well, I didn't remember it, but I was chased by one. Stranded. This is Peach's farm. It's not mine. It's Peach's farm, and she got them from. I don't know. I don't recall exactly where she got them from. I didn't ask her, but she got them from a very good source. She gets them. And just trying to expose me right now. All right. Yeah. So, Peach breeds the cows. That's the angry duck. Yeah, that he has a very angry look on his face. Hey, Anthony McQuaid. Glad that you could come. Well, that's awesome, Amanda. Yeah, yeah. That's the pony again. When you're having a bad day, just think about these little ponies. Tell me about that. Yeah, we'll look at this one again, the cow and the water. This is the cow and the creek. Okay, we got some more dogs. This is her dogs. Very cute. Yeah, I love peacocks. Remember at school they had this wallpaper of a peacock feather as a screen saver in the library. It was pretty cool. That's sweet. Yeah, cats are cool too. This is my cat in a box, and this cat's a meme. Yeah, this is my cat. This is Bubbles. I bring him on the stream, and he gets scared, and he rips like a hole in my chest. Or just I'm being dramatic there, but right. Yes, Anthony McQuaid. I get it. I get it. Yeah. Thanks for thanks for pointing that out. Exactly. Anthony McQuaid's such a funny, cool dude. It's nice having him here. Well, actually, Amanda, there's a big thing like right here. It got me right here in the chest. That's where it scratched me. But it was right. It was close to my arm, but it got in the back right here and right here. But so that's what I mean when it was on my chest. Now, if there's some other thing that you're saying, I missed it. Some other meaning behind it, I missed it. All right. Let's get another one, and then I'll get into the topics. But I'll go back to the farm animal pictures. I'll go back to them. Cat and a... Oh yes, they are funny. They're hilarious. Ah. Yeah, that's a chicken. Oh yeah, man, they can get me good. Yeah, and they do. So I remember when I would hold him up to the stream and he didn't have a problem. But one time he had a problem, and then the other time I did it, he really had a problem. He really started to scratch me, and he like got on me. It was when I was talking to Meta, and he was calm. He was cool. Like some people were like would like be tripping, but like he was cool. He was like, uh oh. Because the cat he jumped on this knight I have next to me. I have this knight right here from Florida from Hurricane Katrina. My cousin to me, and the cat like the area when he was just watching a stream from a distance. He had a stage fright. Yeah, that's the goat. Cool goat. All right. Okay, and I will get back to the farm animals, and we got our alien crew here, the nighttime crew here, give or take. And now we're gonna get into the topics again. Not again, but you get what I mean. All right. Here we go. Now, if the connection gets kind of wonky or freaky, let me know. Yeah, Stranded Life Form. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep. All right. So, I'm going to talk about the Peru aliens again, and we're going, and also Stranded. So Stranded can understand also what these things are about. Ah, Yeah, the one in Peru. Alleged alien attacks in Peru village go viral. Here's the latest. Alright, so here we go. This is an article I did not read yet. It may sound like something from the pages of a sci-fi movie script, but Peruvian villagers are claiming they are being attacked by a 7-foot-tall aliens they are calling Los Palacaras, or the face peelers. So these creatures are doing something like they're ripping people's faces off, and it's based off a cryptid that they had from the ancient times. An article posted on the Daily Mail and multiple outlets has gone viral for its unbelievable anecdotes. Apparently, members of the IQT tribe in the rural district of Alto Nane, northeast of Lima, Peru, allege that these masked armored beings have been attacking them every night since early July. Although with continuing their patrols at night, they're now asking the military to step in and help. Anthony McQuaid, I surely will, and she'll be glad to hear that. Alright, so this is the Peru government searching and patrolling the area for the aliens, but their alien technology is probably very advanced. The demonic technology, whatever these things are. But yeah, it's wild. So that's what's going on. That's them trying to help the villagers. We need support for our community, said the community leader, Jario Ratigui Davilia. The children do not sleep, and the mothers stay up all night. We're very frightened about what's happening here in our community. In addition, there have been reports of a body found with its face peeled off, hence the name, and a young girl was attacked by one of these aliens. To the point where she needs the medical attention, it's gotten to the point where the story has ended up in Telemundo, in local channels, in local news channels, and grainy videos are circulating of the internet claiming to be part of the attack. So they're comparing it to the Green Goblin creatures, the Green Goblin from Spider-Man. That's who they're compared to. And let's see this. Wait. And that hooked up. Let's turn that down. Not too sure what's going to be on. So this is apparently a video of it. Trigger warning, by the way. Yeah, I think that I did not see this video. I've seen parts of it, like I've seen pictures of it, and I played some of the audio for you all to hear what's going on. There's just a lot of screaming and strange noises. And basically, yeah, I think this is very likely could be real. And if it is, that's one of the demonic alien creatures attacking a person or whatever. And I'll see what y'all think of that. Users, I'll turn this thing down a little bit and do that again, but not exactly what I did before. And I was not expecting it to be that loud. Sorry, rest in peace, headphone users. It also was loud. It Same thing with me with my headphones. I didn't know it was going to be that loud either. I didn't even know I had the thing because I had my thing hooked up to the browser to play it. But yeah, I didn't even know it was going to be that loud. My bad. But anyway, those were you hear the strange noises, and I think it's very scary. It's a scary situation, especially if these are the real alien sightings, which I believe they are, and that is what's going on over there, in Peru. Some were doing so that was the video. Some were doing callbacks to the original 1987 flick, The Predator. It might have been set in Central America and not closer to Peru. But true or not, we are going to assume whatever these villagers are experiencing would make for a good sci-fi movie origin story. Wonder if Arnold is busy. Yeah, yeah, because basically, yeah, there you go. Now, Stranded Lifeform is exposing my secret agenda. Before it was abandoned, now Stranded Lifeform is exposing my agenda. Y'all, you ladies figure me out very quickly. Others are wondering if the aliens are really taking over the world, that maybe they want to go out with a big bang. Is anyone up for some shoe shopping? Because the aliens have these types of shoes. So members, yeah, of the indigenous tribe, and that they were in this rural area, and they have been seeing these beasts. And the 15-year-old was attacked, and it slashed the girl across the neck, and it required heavy medical attention. And I remember the other night I showed that picture. Yeah, so the native people reportedly saw on this. So it's a 7 foot tall beast, and disappear and reemerge on the spot. The acute 2 people have detailed that they may be aliens from another planet, or the demonic alien beings also from other dimensions, while other citizens believe the creatures could be folklore monsters. So the folklore monsters are like the cryptids, or like how the aliens, the fallen angels, came to people disguised as gods and different things, and different cryptids and stuff also are there. So that is basically that this could have been there for a long time, that they could have been seeing these things, but now with our modern technology, we could see what's going on, and it's likely something like with the aliens. Yeah, I agree that the sound was very slow playback. And native people reportedly saw the 7 foot tall beasts disappear and reemerge on the spot. The acute 2 people have detailed that they may be the aliens from another planet and folklore monsters, and the outlet reports that the predators could be drones covered with cloth and masked to scare the locals by illegal miners in a Scooby Doo style scheme, and I don't think that's what's going on here. Like the Mothman. The Mothman was seen to be over 10 feet tall, and Nephilim creatures are very tall. Like that. So here's the thing. One of the community leaders spoke about the strange occurrence and described them as to like the Spider-Man's nemesis, the Green Goblin. These gentlemen are aliens. They seem armored like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man. I have shot him twice and he does not fall, but rises and disappears. And they are frightened. And the community leader said, that's what the community leader said. Yeah, that was funny, Scooby-Doo style. And Anthony, I'll have to go back and see how to play it slow. I mean, how to play it quicker. I'll have to go look into that. And their color is silver. Their shoes are round in shape. And with that, they rise up. They float up a meter high and have a red light on the heel. Their heads are long and their eyes are yellowish. With that, they say, they see you well and they leave and are experts at escaping. Another witness to the action detailed that the beasts conceal their identities and can fly. They don't let their faces be seen and the body is floating. They use their arms as balance when flying, but they walk normally. Every time we arrive, they fly with an activation of something on the soles of their feet. They have wheels with lights, he told the troops. Peru's law enforcement and Navy faction announced they would look into the matter. They don't let their faces be seen and their body is floating. They use their arms as balance when flying, but they walk normally. Every time we arrive, they fly with an activation of something on the soles of their feet, and they have wheels with lights, he told troops. Peru's law enforcement and Navy faction announced they will look into the matter. Yeah, I agree. It would be the key what's going on in the video. I agree. I'm going to turn the sound off for this one because it's not necessary to have it on. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have it shut off. Oh, hey, Dark Meta. Glad that you can make it. This one, I'm going to turn the sound off for this one. It's not really necessary to play it. Okay, that's something else. That's not what I want to do. Okay. But that looked interesting, but it's not something that I want to show. No. Oh, nice. Alright, Dark Meta. And Amanda, thank you. Alright, so that's, what's going on with that. Let's go over here. Trigger warning, graphic warning. So this is the girl that got hurt by the alien. And this is some images from Peru about the situation. Looking into it. And these people can't sleep. They're trying to protect the people. The situation in Peru that they're being attacked by these demonic aliens. And they're saying here that the aliens are coming every single night. And they're terrorizing the villagers. So the people can't sleep and do things that they would usually do because of these aliens that are attacking people. So it's like the Green Goblin. That's what the creature looks like. And that the villagers are trying to find out what's going on and they're trying to stop it. And the people are very stressed, it seems. We have that situation. They're talking about, how they have long heads, they have glowing yellow eyes, and they're similar to the Green Goblin where they're able to glide on these flying devices that they have, and they're causing mayhem to people. And I would be interested to see more what's going on with that. Stranded life form, that could be possible. But these cartels, if they are cartels, they would have had to have a very advanced technology because they're floating on these flying. They have like these shoes. Like, I'll explain. So, their heads are long, they wear a mask, and their eyes are yellowish. And they are experts at escaping. And they're like the Green Goblin. So, they have these Green Goblin type things in their souls. And they explain that the aliens have seemingly used shoes used to hover above ground. And their shoes are round shaped, which they use to float. So unless there's some kind of advanced technology we don't know of, it's something alien. But it could be that stranded. Yeah, it's like Iron Man. Yeah. The community leader says these gentlemen are aliens. They appear to be around like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man. I shot one of them twice, and he wasn't injured. And he rose and disappeared. So they were shot at, and they just were fine. They were not fazed by it. We are very frightened about what's happening here in the community. They have said the aliens are immune to their hunting weapons, and leaving only the Peruvian military to be the ones to save them. That's funny, Essie. That's funny. Yeah, so that's basically the situation in Peru. They're 7 feet tall. They have long heads with yellow eyes, and they're flying around on these shoes that cause them to float around. And they're ripping people's faces off. So there's pictures of these like skeletons that apparently link to this event, and that the faces are being ripped off. So it's something that's not human, or if it was human, it's a very advanced technology. And we'll see what comes out of this. We'll see what's going on as more stuff comes out. And they're also referred to as the face peelers. And they face attacks by these aliens. And I'll get to this other part I want to say. The community members have described the aliens, which they have taken calling Los Pelaracas. So, the face peelers. So it reminds us, there's this ancient monster, this ancient cryptid that they have that peeled people's faces off, and this is what they're reminding them of. Because there's these people with their faces missing, and they're a skeleton. And they reported that Dalvia reported the aliens saying their shoes are round shaped, which they use to float, their heads are long, and they wear masks, and their eyes are yellowish. They are also apparently, and previous to the villagers' defenses, Dalvia says, the aliens are armored and claim to have shot one to no avail. I know, Dark Meta. You walked into another universe, pretty much. Yeah, yeah, the edgy side of YouTube. And the person says that they shot one of them twice, and he wasn't injured and rose and disappeared. He said other community members have reported that they've witnessed the aliens wearing dark hoods and attacking their fellow community members. The community located in Alto Nane, Peru, has requested assistance dealing with this threat. We need support for our community, and the children do not sleep, and the mothers stay up all night. Dalvia said, "We are frightened about what's happening here in the community, and some of the villagers have described the aliens as being like Pelicaris. It's a folklore creature. So there is this folklore creature that they have. It's like Mothman's, but their version of something like that. It reminds them of something like that. So it's like one of their cryptids. So this, if this is going on down there, which I believe it likely is, which we do need more information to keep coming out, and they do have interesting pictures of these people being injured. I would like to know exactly what's going on here, and see if they could find anything, because they had the military over there now patrolling. And yeah, I think that some of these aliens aren't that nice, and we could see that being displayed now. While the police have inspected the site, it's unknown if they have discovered any evidence to verify the villagers have claimed. Right. And this is the girl that was hurt. Yeah, that was the girl. And I'll show it again. These are some of the images that are going on in Peru. It'll be interesting to see to the bottom of this that's going on. And Amanda, I think the kind of alien I would go with would be the Greys. That's the one that I would go as if I was an alien for Halloween. Daily Mail too, they're talking about it. Yeah, and the army's over there trying to see what's going on. Yeah, so they've been asking for help since July 11th. Mm-hmm. Okay. Too many windows. All right. Let's see if that worked. Mm. Okay, I have to close some windows out. We're going to keep that here. Let's see if that works. Now, chat, see, is this better? Is this better? Okay, thank you. All right. Now I'm gonna talk more about the leprosy. All right, so there's these leprosy outbreaks in the deep south, specifically Florida, and also in Georgia and Louisiana. And some of us think that they could be trying to use this to stop people from voting and things like that. It's another thing that they're trying to push. And it could be coming in from the borders. And dark matter, I've not heard of that magician before. So leprosy may be a constant fixture in Central Florida, CDC says. Most cases in Florida and about 1/5 of leprosy patients nationwide are in the Orlando metropolitan area, according to the CDC. Leprosy is a chronic infectious disease that wreaks havoc on the skin and central nervous system, has become an endemic or regularly occurring in Florida. According to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, while the leprosy is still relatively rare in the United States, accounting for around 200 cases nationwide, the number of cases has more than doubled in southeastern states in recent years, according to the new CDC report on leprosy in Central Florida. The state accounts for almost 1/5 of leprosy cases in the United States, and 81% of cases in the state are in Central Florida, including Orlando and the metropolitan area, according to the CDC report. How is leprosy spread? Traditionally, leprosy is spread through the respiratory droplets exhaled by infected people or animals. Armadillos are a common source of the bacteria. Armadillos are a common source of the bacteria Mycobacterium leprae that causes these infections, according to the CDC. Historically, cases in the United States have often been traced to people who immigrated from or traveled extensively in countries where leprosy is more common, the CDC notes. Especially if there are people that are coming here from these other places. That would also be a factor in it as well. But a growing number of cases in the United States, and many of these cases in Florida, involve people born in this country who do not appear to have travel history or obvious exposure to armadillos, the CDC noted. That they don't spread it because she's never had that happen. But I was reading that armadillos can carry it, but it's not likely for them to transmit it into humans. But the growing number of cases in the United States, many of the cases in Florida, involve people to be born in the country who do not appear to have any travel history or obvious exposure to the armadillos. And the CDC reported, for this reason, the CDC concludes that leprosy is now an endemic in Florida, meaning that its constant presence in the state, but that is also not spread uncontrollably. I want to start off by noting that leprosy remains an incredibly uncommon illness in the United States. Meta, the people are saying now, they're saying in all these articles that it's not by touch. They're saying that it's only airborne. So you're saying that it's also by touch? You could elaborate on that, because they're saying it's not. I want to start off by noting that leprosy remains an incredibly uncommon illness in the United States that is highly treatable, says Charles Dunn, a co-author of the CDC report and chief resident of the Kansas City University Graduate in Medical Education Advanced Dermatology and Cosmetic Surgery, and that's what they're saying. Telltale symptoms. So these are symptoms of leprosy. Telltale symptoms of leprosy can include rashes on the skin that have diminished sensation to touch. Dr. Dunn says people can also experience numbness or tingling in the hands and feet, painless wounds or bumps, lumps or swelling in the elbows or face, and tender or enlarging nerves as the bacteria in the body slowly destroy nerves and muscles, Dunn adds. Leprosy can be treated with antibiotics, but without treatment, these infections can slowly destroy nerves and muscles, leading to thickening tissues in the face, loss of eyebrows and eyelashes, as well as striking deformities in the hands and feet, sometimes referred to as claw hands and hammer toes. Exactly, Stranded, because in this country we have a lot of. So, like Peach was saying, how people can prevent it by, vitamin C is good to have to consume for health, and I've learned about also elderberries good, supplements, eating healthy, being healthy. All that's good for people, and to prevent it. And if someone gets it, no worries because we have treatment to help people if we have the problem. And meta, exactly. And I'm here to tell you all that the reason why we should not be afraid of this is because there's ways to treat it and prevent it. And I also want to say this. Just be warned, everybody. The media may use this to promote fear in people and to get people to not, say, vote or something. So just be aware of that. That could possibly be something that could be used. So just letting everybody know what this is and that we have the right treatments for it in the United States. And people, the tingling, and leprosy can be treated with antibiotics, but without treatment, the infection can slowly destroy nerves and muscles, leading to thickening of tissues in the face, loss of eyebrows and eyelashes, as well as striking deformities in the hands and feet, sometimes referred to as claw hands and hammer toes, Dunn says. That's why people should see a dermatologist as soon as they see any suspicious rashes, Dunn advises. The report published by the CDC is Emerging Infectious Diseases detailed the case of a 54-year-old landscaper who came to the clinic with painful rashes, his extremities, shrunken face. The man had lived in Central Florida his entire life and said he never traveled. But Peach said this thing is airborne, so it can be like someone could sneeze or cough and it could go, and that's another way it could be done. So we got to remember, chat, that you can wash your hands, but it's also airborne. That's another factor to take into consideration as well. Doctors took biopsies of the man's skin, which tested positive for leprosy. According to the case report, he was then treated successfully with antibiotics. However, doctors never determined how this thing's glitching on me. It's not y'all, it's just something with me anyway. So, this is coming across the screen. Yeah, stranded, exactly. That will definitely do the trick. Also. And as I said, yeah, wash your hands and soap and taking showers, all that will also help that too. I just want to make clear it's also airborne. Admittedly, there are many people diagnosed with leprosy in which we do not know exactly the cause of their illness, Dunn says, and they have traveled or lived anywhere than Florida. And also this, the vast majority of people worldwide in the United States have innate immunity to the bacteria that causes leprosy, Dunn notes. Only about 5% of the people are susceptible to leprosy, Dunn says. They get sick. People need to be exposed to bacteria that causes leprosy over a long period of time. So it's not likely that people would even get it if they're exposed to it one time. Exactly, Meta. Exactly. So it's not likely for people to get it, and they would have to be around it for a long period of time to catch it. So I just wanted to, talk about this and just tell people what's going on, and to tell people about to not be afraid of it and just wash your hands and everything will be all right. I just wanted to put this out there so if people try to make an agenda out of this, you all heard it here too that it's just a bunch of nonsense. That was funny, Meta. Bacteria that causes leprosy can spread to person through through physical contact with an infected armadillo or through other people and stuff or slaughtered animals and things like that. So Meta was right. It's also through touch. But some articles say it's not through touch or it's not simply as that. Just you get contradicting information. But yes, exactly. Notably, simply passing by the armadillo has killed a roadside is not infectious risk. Right. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. So chat, I want to know what are y'all's thoughts about the leprosy situation? And because I think that it's probably going to be used for some kind of an agenda to cause fear. And also, because I think with this leprosy situation is that so my thoughts about it is that they're trying to potentially use this as a fear mongering tool to get people to stop doing things like before, and just letting you all know to not be afraid of it because there's logical solutions in our time period for this stuff. Yeah, because they want people to not vote, and that's then also Peach and I were talking about how they may be using this to around the election as the election goes on to stop people from voting. That's another thing about it, and it's in the deep south, like Florida, Georgia, and Louisiana. And yeah, I understand about the hand sanitizer. Yeah, I understand. Okay. And also, so I covered about the Peru aliens, and I covered about the leprosy thing. Right, Anthony? Yes, Stranded, thank you, and I remember that. Thank you. Exactly. And thank you, chat, for your thoughts. All right. And y'all know what to do if some things go on. And all right. So now I will also want to mention about the Chinese. They're trying to fund the public schools in the United States. And I think that shouldn't be going on. And they're probably trying to indoctrinate kids that way. And Trump believed that it was a problem. So I think that's another topic where we know the solution to is to not have them fund the schools. And I think that's absurd when I heard that. All right. Briefly, I want to touch on this, and I want to get into some other stuff. All right, China finding is funding multiple public schools in the U.S. near military bases. So China is funding multiple public schools in the United States, and Chinese Communist Party has ties to the school district near the 20 U.S. military bases, a new report revealed. The investigation by parents defending education that the funding amount is 18 million and had been given to the U.S. schools by the People's Republic of China, and they're called Little Red Classrooms. Investigations in China's infiltration of America's K through 12 schools. And I was shocked when I heard about this, about the Chinese in the public schools. I was shocked about it. But it also stated that 3 of the nation's top science and technology high schools have ties to Chinese government affiliated programs. These include the Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology, Simpson County Public Schools in Kentucky and North Carolina, schools in science and mathematics. So Texas is a state, and there's Portland's one, and they're in Tennessee and different places. They're being targeted. A number of the Republican representatives and senators are now demanding that the Biden administration wakes up and realizes what we are up against. It follows reports earlier in the year that University of Pennsylvania, home to the Penn Biden Center of Diplomacy and Secretive Chinese and Foreign Donations. That's funny, Meta. That's funny. The funding uncovered by the PDE comes via Confucius Institutes, a CCP initiative that the CCP purports to promote Chinese language and culture, support local Chinese teachings internationally, and factually cultural exchanges. So they're trying to have these institute with cultural exchanges. Oh, Amanda, they're not really even Mexican. I saw the things on the border from YouTube. They're from Asia, like China. They're from Peru. They're from all these different places in South America, but Mexico. They're not really from Mexico. Under the 2021 National Defense Authorization Act, the Pentagon is prohibited from providing money to institutions of higher education that hosts a Confucius Institute. After October 1st, 2023, as a result, more than 100 U.S. universities shut down their Confucius institutes. Last year, the UK's Security Minister, Tom Tungenhat, told MPs that Confucius institutes pose a threat to civil liberties in many universities in the UK, that the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, will be looking to close them. Analysis by the Chinese research group showed the British schools and universities rely on 30 Confucius institutes as the highest number of any country to coordinate teaching at Mandarin. Now the PDE president, Nikki Nelly, has said that they're alarming evidence to uncover the investigation. The United States should be concerned patterns of educators and policy alike. Yeah, so I think they definitely need to stop the funding with the Chinese Communist Party. I think that would be very good for the people to stop funding those things. So that's basically what's going on. So they're funding public schools and they're passing things to stop them from doing that. And let's see. And we have something where they say the Jim Banks from Indiana is now calling on the Education Department to take urgency. He's written a letter to the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, demanding the disturbing partnerships are terminated. Exactly, Strain Life Form. They're coming from all over the place, and there's no regulation about who they are, and they're coming from all over the world. Mike Waits in Florida said the found report alarming because we truly don't understand the full extent of the communist China's meddling in our education system. He told the Mail Online. Not only is the CCP trying to promote their propaganda through education programs, but are using Chinese shell companies, to outright buy American private schools around the country. So they're going after private schools also. Wow. And they're talking about, so Roger Marshall was saying about from how they want to buy farmland to setting up the CCP police stations on U.S. soil. So I think that, like I was talking about the farm stuff, now they're going after public schools. Yeah, I think that this needs to stop. And I think we all agree on that. Yeah, chat. And I think we all had the same thoughts about the public school situation. Yeah, so I see something you said before, Stranded, about how they wanted. They don't tell you the specific countries where the leprosy is coming from. That's true. Yeah, they're not specific. Exactly. I agree, Stranded, about our borders. We need to put them on full lockdown. I agree. Hey, Stranded, that's a very good point. That they may be from North Korea. That's a very true factor, too. Yeah, and they could be spying as well. Oh, yeah, Meta and Amanda, I think that the nails and the tires are terrible. You know, that is absolutely terrible. Yeah, the spies, exactly. No, I know that they plug the tires where I am. Doesn't everybody do that? I wouldn't know. I guess I would be a little bit confused if people didn't plug the tires. All right. Oh, also, I want to say this. I didn't ask this before, and if I did, I'll be repeating myself. I want to know, did chat, what do you all think about the aliens in Peru? That situation. I'll be interested to see y'all's thoughts about that. And chat, y'all are hilarious. Y'all are on fire tonight, and I liked the stuff that y'all have been saying. Very good conversation, good engagement, as usual. And yeah, the Peru thing is very wild, well, along with the other stuff. Yeah. And to those watching, glad that y'all are watching. Other people that may not be in chat, and also if people liked it, smash the like button, and that's good. And share, and Amanda shared, and that's good. And because some people don't comment in the chat, some people just listen. And yeah, so that's what I think. Well, those are just my thoughts about that stuff. All right. Right. So, and if people up north don't plug the tires, I didn't know that. I thought everybody plugged the tires in. Okay. Now, I want to talk some more about the aliens. Let's see. I want to talk some more about the alien sightings. It's another article. Okay. I'm getting the page up. All right. Because I want to get the thing about the Georgia alien. All right. So, but basically, there's been alien sightings. 2,000 something alien sightings have been going on in Georgia throughout some time. That's what's been going on in Georgia, and I'm going to get the other window up. I'll just get that one up while I look for the other thing. Alright, but basically I'll say this. I'll say is that I like ponds, especially on the farm. When my aunt and uncle in Kentucky, they had a farm. And I used to go up there and I enjoyed it. And have y'all been around ponds? I'm sure. They're very nice. And yeah, I like ponds. That's something that I like from the farms and stuff. And Niagara Falls, it's a big one. It's not a pond, but it's a waterfall. I like that because chat mentioned that, and that's what this reminded me of. And no, Stranded, it was a joke from Meta. It was a joke that Meta said. I was just commenting on some joke he said. And I was just being hypothetical that it would be absurd if people up north don't know about the tire thing. That's all we were talking about. Alright. So I remember when I was young in Kentucky when I was there that we did some pond fishing. That was nice. And then we'd have this Native American dog that we used to run around with. And yeah, so now going to this alien article. Have you experienced an aerial phenomenon? You aren't alone. According to the National UFO Reporting Center, roughly 2,000 unidentified flying objects, UFO sightings, have been reported in the U.S. so far this year. The NUFRC is a non-governmental, non-profit corporation that investigates UFO sightings. The center says it receives records, corroborates, and documents reported from individuals who believe they have witnessed an aerial phenomenon. So there's 2,000 of them, and also in Georgia there's a lot of them too. And non-government, non-profit, and that's what they've been saying. And also, since its founding in 1974, the NUFORC says it has processed over 1,700,000 reports, which are listed online by date and location. The center explained that guaranteed anomaly callers long-standing policies of the corporation, and they make available the public of all of its data summary from with time, the location, and duration of the sighting, and short summary describing the UFO. The organization notes that it can't validate the information provided in reports, but it does remove obvious hoaxes. In 2023 alone, hundreds upon hundreds of UFOs in U.S., according to analysis of NUFORCS data. Sightings have also been reported in every state, with some seem much more alleged activity than others. California, the most populous state in the U.S., boasts 237 sightings in 2023 alone, followed by Florida at 170, Washington State at 108. As for individual cities, Portland, Oregon had 12 reported sightings this year, followed by Seattle with 11 and Los Angeles with 10. The fewest sightings were reported in Rhode Island and District of Columbia, and 2 to 3 respectively. Montana and North Dakota had only 4 reported sightings each, and surprisingly 23 UFO sightings were reported in Nevada, home to mysterious Area 51. An interactive map shown below how many UFO sightings were reported each state according to the NUFO RCS. So you can see the map of the United States, and they've been having quite a lot, especially in California. You do not report an object you can see in a photo, but not with your naked eye, noting the UFO is probably camera anomaly or an artifact such as lens flare. Federal lawmakers have made UFOs a common topic. In July, the U.S. House Oversight Committee held hearings on whether the U.S. has been concealing evidence of non-human aircraft. The whistleblower redirected Air Force Major David Grush testified that the nation has in fact concealed with what he called a multi-decade program to collect the reverse engineer, the UAPs. LOL Essie. Alright. The Pentagon has no information that any individual has been harmed or killed as a result of providing information about UFO objects. Department of Defense spokeswoman Sue Goff said go. Sue go. Not Goff. It's go. Nor has the Pentagon discovered any viable information to substantiate. So basically, these UFOs and these beings, they're being seen all over the country. Thousands of them. Okay. Yeah, so I closed the windows out. Alright, I closed out the windows because I was trying to get the things together I want to show, and I closed out the articles. Providing information about the UFO objects, Department of Defense said that the Pentagon is not any verifiable information of the substantive claims, and the Pentagon intelligence agencies have been pushed by Congress in recent years to better investigate reports, devices of flying unusual speeds and trajectories as national security concern. So the UFOs are drastically increasing. Alright. That's not the one I want to show. Yeah, something Amanda sent me. I could open up the lines soon. Now, this is something similar to what Meta and I have talked about before. And this is something Amanda sent me. Shout out to Amanda. So, experiment reveals human genes can be controlled with electricity. Fitness trackers help you stay healthy by keeping counts of your step and monitoring your heart rate, driving you on to hit those cardio goals. New research from ETH Zurich in Switzerland could see future wearable devices, perhaps a few implants, and touch genetic engineering boost our health directly. So this is something to put in your body. Very interesting article. Experimental technology designated by the Swiss scientist used small pulses of electricity to trigger insulin production and test mice with a specially designed human pancreatic tissue. They're calling it an electromagnetic interface, and it could be used to kick target genes into action when we could use a helping hand, whereby wearable electric devices are playing a rapid expanding role in the acquisition of individuals' health data for personalized medical interventions, the researchers write in the published paper. However, the wearables cannot yet directly program gene-based therapies because of the lack of direct electromagnetic interface. Here we provide the missing link. So you see with rats, A and B, they're showing how these things work. It's interesting. In down here, they have a college called Loyola in Louisiana. Encouraging insulin production directly could help someone with diabetes, for example. In this study, human pancreatic cells were implanted into mice with type 1 diabetes, which were then stimulated using a direct current from acupuncture needles. Chat, would y'all wear one of these things? LOL. It's known as a direct current regulating technology, or DIRAT for short, and the team behind it seems that brings the digital tech of our gadgets and analog tech for our biological bodies together. The electricity generated by non-toxic levels of reactive oxygen species, energetic. We are born with a certain set of genes, and while that genetic code remains largely unchanged, during our lifetime, the way the genes are expressed or activated can shift as we get older and change. The researchers were able to encourage the blood sugar levels of the diabetic mice to return to normal range through this method. Of course, we are still a long way off from the Fitbit that manages diabetes, but it's an exciting proof of concept. One of the many challenges ahead will be getting this working in small devices that the good news is DART requires for very little power. AA batteries AA batteries would be enough to keep it running for 5 years, for example, with electric signals applied once per day. Applied once per day. Exactly, chat. This is crazy. and thanks again. Confident that the technology can be developed and expanded to trigger more than just insulin production. In many years, come to our reporting stats. We believe that this technology will enable wearable electronic devices to directly program meta metabolic intervals, write the researchers. Alright, chat. That's it for that one. So they have these, so we can change genes with electricity. And thanks for telling us about Meta. Thanks for telling us about David Draymond. Thank you. I never heard of him. I need to. I need to check him out. He seems pretty cool. Cause we both know about Svengoolie. Him before like ABL would come on. And yeah, I do agree about that too. And my cousin, before he passed away, he told me about a lot of things. He would have been very interesting to have had on the show. Yeah, that would have been interesting. YouTube would have been monitoring that whole thing. Yeah, they would have been tripping out over that. So my cousin was telling me about how many years ago, it was like 2018, when I used to talk to my cousin when he was with his uncle. He went through some things and he was staying with his uncle. Well, my uncle with his stepdad. That's what I meant to say. Uncle Roy. So basically, he was telling me about how they wanted to get people ready for the chip. So what they did was, it tells them this, and it's a little just to know what's going on, to not be afraid. This is not to get people upset or anything, because people, or get people afraid of something. It's to just know what's going on, and beware of what other people might be doing to put fear into people. Alright? To say, oh, don't do this, or get this chip, so you could do that, or don't vote because of this leprosy. Mention these things that come up that y'all send me. And I like covering them, along with the other topics we talk about. Alright. Okay. Something else opened. Yeah, something else is opened. Okay, let's try this. Alright, tell me whenever it comes back. Yeah, whenever it comes back, just let me know. I don't know what it could be. No idea. Okay, that's there. Alright. Yeah, so no data. Okay, let's try this again. Testing, testing, texting, testing. Trying to see what's going on here. Okay. close this window, see if that helps. Yeah, just seeing if anything's working. Yeah, just seeing what's going on here. And yeah, so I was gonna talk about about my cousin. Well, whenever chat thinks I'm back, just let me know. Let's see. Okay. So I'll continue what I said before. So my cousin told me about the Mark of the Beast stuff and how they got the credit cards, perhaps, and those watches that do multiple things to get people used to having a chip in their hand, or like paying something with your phone. That, he was telling me, would be a way to implement the chip, the Mark of the Beast. That's what he was telling me. And if he was a caller on the show, he would be, the YouTube would get triggered. Yeah. And but he's passed away. And so that's what I'll say about my cousin. And let me know, chat, what's going on with that. And I was going to talk about the ponies, because I showed some pictures of the ponies that Peach showed me earlier. I showed chat earlier, and I will bring them back up to show Meta, because he wasn't here to see it. So I was going to read some facts about the ponies, and then get into some of the other stuff. Alright. And Stranded says, clipped a few treetops on the way down. I think Everest was, but not flying again. We're flying again. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Anthony, it can be used for good things. I'm not saying it's bad, and that's good that it can be used for that. I'm not saying not to use these things. I'm just saying, and they're good technology. I'm just saying it's a conspiracy about the Mark of the Beast. That it was some other stuff. That it could be subconsciously getting people ready for that. But that would be a separate topic from what you're talking about. In Meta, you can, if you want to call in and talk about your theory, you can, or you could say it in chat. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Narwhal. Rest in peace. That was his screen name, was his nickname was Narwhal. Like I'm Alien, his was Narwhal. Hey, Meta says, I saw the man today talking on his watch as part of him, and he can't not rely on it. And think of it and how make him rely on it even more and make the bulkiness inconsistent embedded in you. Ah, that's interesting, Meta. Interesting. And yes, and Anthony, I love the technology we have, and that's what I like about this generation, as messed up as it is. In Meta, that's a cool thing you said. I think that it could be used for a lot of good. Yes, he would have liked the stream, and he's with God now, in a better place. And Also, yeah, he would have liked the stream. Yeah, he would have been. Chat would have liked him on the show. Yeah, he would have been wild, and he would have said a lot of different things like what I say, and he would have been. Yeah, that would have been really interesting because he was also like us. He thought the same way we thought, and I could bring up some articles at me before, a long time ago, before when it was even on YouTube, about the chip. I am a conspiracy, exactly. In chat, I had too many windows open before. That's why the thing was slowing down. Stranded. I don't know if that's the same narwhal. It's my cousin. I don't know if that narwhal was my cousin. It could have been him. I wouldn't be surprised. He may have watched ABL. He never mentioned ABL before. I would never know. He passed away in 2020. My cousin, like right when the riots were going on, when people were burning the country down. That's when he passed. And yeah, he could have been him, but maybe not. So those are the ponies. So these are some facts about the ponies. For many young riders, ponies are the first point of contact with equestrian world. Ponies are great for beginners, as they are less intimidating than horses. Meaning fowl. While horses and ponies belong to the same species, they differ greatly in both appearances and temperament. Thanks, Amanda. Thank you. Due to modern breeding, there are now over 20 pony breeds in the world. Many companions in the right hands. Here are 11 interesting facts about ponies. Ponies share draft horses. Most sources agree that ponies originally developed from horses of the draft and subtype that used to be common in northern Europe. Due to the harsh climate and scarce food supply, ancestors of the modern ponies became smaller and smaller, eventually forming a new type of equine. One theory even suggested that ponies descend. Yeah, okay, I just read that. Stranded. I know about Dick Tracy. I saw the movie and I know about that. That's a cool character. That's a cool character. Throughout history, ponies have proven useful in various roles. These tough and sure-footed little equines were ideal for pulling carts and carrying heavy goods on rugged terrain. Small farmers also preferred them to draft horses as they were cheaper to keep, yet powerful enough to do agricultural work. Alright, chat. I closed it out. All right. So testing, testing. Hopefully it's better now. And let's see. Let's do something here. Not a poppy. A pony. My cousin, yeah, he had conservative views. He wasn't liberal. All right. So these are ponies. And I was trying to read some facts about the ponies, but yeah, so these are some ponies. Yeah, they're so cute. I like the ponies. Because Peach has the ponies up there. Alright. Just put it in this one. This will be much more simple. And I'm going to show this again because Meta wasn't here. Let's see. Let's see if this works in this browser. Alright, so this is the pony. Yep, I'm showing this again because Meta wasn't here. Yeah, so Meta, this is Peach's pony. Yeah, Popeyes is good. I'm neighbors with the guy that worked on Popeyes and was friends of Al Copeland. Oh, wrong screen. Yep. So, yeah, that is very interesting, Stranded. Yeah, that's very. Yeah, that you met the narwhal and then you came across me. Yes. Yeah, that is interesting. And also over here we got the other thing. I'm just showing it to Meta. And also Anthony, that's here. Go and put this right here. Yeah, yeah, Anthony, this is her dog. Those are her dogs. move myself out the way. People that weren't here. So this is Peach. She's a regular chat member. This is her dogs. Thanks. Got some other ones down here. Yeah. And we know Bubbles. He's been on the show before, and he got scared with the host, me. Yeah. Good memories. Got some other ones going to show. And this is Petey. Yeah, that's the lamb that she feeds Petey. And also, I'll show the chickens again. And I'll have more of these coming. Those are the chickens. Yes, indeed. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't even want to send it to my computer. Right. And let's see if I could send this one out to the computer. There we go. And we're going to show your host right here, me, when I was on a pony. Alright, so this is me when I was on a pony at a place called the Little Red Schoolhouse. And I enjoyed that, and I remember doing this. It was fun. Exactly, Straight Life Form. Bubbles is trying to be in camouflage, but he can't. Yeah, he's not good at it. Exactly. Bubbles is adorable. Hey, that was me. Yeah, the first mothership was a pony, exactly. Yes. Because there's many of them. There are many of these pictures. Let's see. Ah, all right. Here's one I didn't show yet. This is from Peach's farm. This is a goat. It looks very angry with its baby. Yeah, back when I was a little pod. Yes. Yeah, so that's the little pony. That's the goat and her little baby. Thanks, Amanda. Glad you like it. Exactly, Meta. Yeah, because she was telling me how the goat was extremely angry at her. It looks really angry. Meta, they're not my creatures. They're Peach's creatures. Some of them are mine, like the cat. It's mine. And I was on a horse from a school. That was me at a little school. But these creatures are Peach's animals. She wanted me to show y'all. And this is her. And that's one of her bigger horses. I got some more. Why do you have to? Why do you have to do that, computer? That's not what I want to do. Okay. All right. Go here. It's trying to download it. It's not trying to show it in the screen. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so I got something more to say, more to show. And yeah, because the images, we look at that. Oh, look at that one. Yeah, and so basically, with the farms, there's a lot of animals, and a lot of stuff goes on the farms, and basically, it's very cool. And I like the different stuff that she sends me. And I like this stuff. And anybody could send me anything that they want me to show on the screen. I'll be glad to. Yeah, and this is another one that Peach was talking about how the goat was trying to get into the pool over there. That's funny. It said nice green grass. Because down here in New Orleans, it's all dying. And also, I think I'll have something else to show. All right. I'll show you another one of another creature that reminds me of something from a certain animation movie that was funny. It's Donkey from Shrek. Yeah, and Donkey from Shrek. That's funny. And I like that because it reminds me of Donkey. Donkeys are cute. Show one of my cats. This is one of my cats. Well, this is a cat that passed away. Tootsie. And yeah, she was nice. She was a nice cat. And also, we have over here, that, and we show the farm animals. and go back to Google. Okay. Yeah, and I'll see what Stranded Lifeform is doing. So we're going along with that. Well, Stranded Lifeform. Well, Stranded. Basically, what you can do is that you can chop the video up into parts and edit it. Like you could just do a part. You could film a part of it while you're cooking, and a part of it while it's in the oven. Another part of it when it's finished, and you could do like a time lapse. And you could look on YouTube about how to do those things. And if you needed any help, you could ask any of us. Thank you, Anthony. I'm glad that you liked the pictures. I'm glad that y'all like the pictures of the animals, and there'll be more pictures that will be coming up. Well, Stranded, that's fine. That's fine if you're testing this stuff out. I've done that before. No big deal. But thank you for mentioning that. LOL at Wolverines. LOL. And yeah, we had some. Remember the connection issues were funny. Well, good night, Anthony. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Do I mean pause and restart the video? Oh, so basically, what a time lapse is, and you could look up how to do it. I'm not like I can do it, but I would have to look up the instructions to be because I think I could do it with the right tweaking. So you could do a timestamp where you have say the timestamp is like you speed it up, so it makes this a long video short, and it just speeds it up in like fast motion. And another thing you can do is that you could film a part of it and then it like cuts to another scene, so it like pauses and stops. I do that with the gardening videos. So it's just basically things with editing. And I believe you could do it through iMovie if you have an iPhone. And that's pretty cool, chat. Like that y'all are also making y'all's own channels. That's very cool because the channels are pretty cool, to have. It's cool to have a channel and have people come through. And the cooking's pretty cool. I would like to see that. As Amanda she shared yesterday about the video. Well, Android, yes, Android. I'm sure it has filming software you could put on there, and also a computer if you do computers. And Meta, he has Android, and he would be more familiar with an Android thing. But I'm sure that there's an app you could use to edit movies and stuff on, and Meta knows about that stuff. I just want to make clear in Georgia, there is more than 2,600 reported UFO sightings in Georgia. I just wanted to throw that out there for everybody. Well, you could just use an app then. Now, let's talk. I want to briefly mention about the gray aliens where they claim to come from. And before I get into that little sentence, well, I will say this about because Amanda asked a question, very important question. Alien can use music or on videos. Okay, so you can use music. Well, what I do with my music is it's music that I made, so I don't have to have a copyright strike. But if you use music and it's somebody else's music, you would have to deal with copyright issues, so you could get a copyright claim or strike over that, or they would take down the video. But so if you're using a copyrighted video, a copyrighted song, yeah, I would advise against that unless you could get the rights from the copyright owner. And there are jingles and things you can use for free. There's free jingles and things you could use for your videos. And Meta, if he wants to comment on that, because he does sound effects and he has Android, he can mention about using music and videos. Okay, I'll say again about the aliens. So it says there have been more than 260. So, no, my bad. 2,600 reported UFO sightings in Georgia. Oh yeah, that's right. So Meta is saying with the music, because I'm thinking about with me with or some other creators with the videos, certain TV shows and stuff. But yeah, with the music, if you use a copyrighted music, and I remember about the music specifically, is that there'll be a copyright notice, and the artist, when there's ads run on it, will get the money from it. But you could do a thing, and that goes also for videos too, where you could split money between the creator and the music, or they'll just get everything. Yeah, I agree, Meta. It's not fair. They do roast us as creators. I agree. Exactly, Meta. Exactly. All right, so it has been a big looming question since long before man touched down on the moon. Is there life out there? Just last month, a congressional hearing was held where a whistleblower accused the U.S. government of concealing multi-decade program that captures UFOs. And in Georgia, there have been more than 2,600 reported sightings of UFOs across the state, according to National UFO Reporting Center. According to the center's database of reported events, their records go back as far as 1942 of people who have seen mysterious aircraft in the sky here in the Peach State. And I want to say shout out to Gretel and chat. And also, even President Jimmy Carter has filed reports that he saw a UFO in 1969 while on the camping trail in Leary, Georgia. So in the city of Atlanta, there's 170 sightings. And exactly stranded about the artists. And yeah, exactly stranded about that. But with music, they're no more. They're not as. They're more lenient about it. When you look up to the sky at night, there's a constant activity up there. Considering that Atlanta is home to the world's busiest airport, but for many Atlanteans, they say the moving lights are more than just planes. Oh yeah, exactly. The earliest reported UFO sighting in Atlanta dates back to 1951, and the database says a local photograph said, "As I stepped from my car, I spied a really weird trail forming in the sky over the east side of downtown Atlanta. Being a photographer, I grabbed a press camera and shot 3 photos of the impossible looking smoke trail in the sky above." Oh, Wolverine SE. I want to say that before I went live, I thought of my side of the plot for the collaboration with the camper, and the alien. I have some cool stuff. I'm going to send you an email about it. In 1967, another person said, "My sister and I witnessed a cigar-shaped UFO with lights all around the sides. It was stationary in the sky for 10 minutes for we timed it." The most recent sighting happened in May of this year, where a commercial flight crew observed a burst of light during a takeoff. Also in Meritia, 90 sightings. The earliest sighting recorded by UFO Center dates back to 1974, according to that entry, and the person was walking southwesterly toward the bus stop across my yard, with this object caught my attention roughly 45 degrees off my left shoulder, hovering silently over my neighbor's field. It was black, round, and man-sized object, featureless except for the single light middle of the circle and two legs, which were thin, antenna-like, hanging down from each side of the circle. In 1995, another person reported, I was looking outside of my house at the stars. I saw a jet going across the sky in front of me. I noticed it changed course and it was following an object. The object looked like a diamond and had lights beaming out of it. After watching it for about 3 minutes, there was a bright flash and it was gone. In 1995, another person reported, I was looking outside of my house at the stars and I saw a jet going across from me. I noticed it changed course and it was following an object. The object looked like a diamond and had beaming light on it. After watching it 3 minutes, there was a bright flash and it was gone. Yeah, that's very interesting. And the most of the sightings was in March of this year, where someone said they were driving southbound of I-75, Meritia, Georgia, saw an odd formation, lights in a row of the sky, and it seemed like moving slowly, looking at Starlink trackers. There was none to be seen at that location at the time. It looked shorter than the Starlink satellite. The lights were very bright. It did not appear to be attached. There was 88 sightings in Savannah. The hottest city of the South, the hostess city of the South, seems to host a lot of unexplained phenomena. According to the UFO Center, the earliest reported sighting in Savannah was reported in 1962 when someone said they saw a round disc-like craft, circling lights on the underside of the hover flew over the neighborhood. In 1967, another person from Savannah said they saw a set of 5 orange glowing spheres, or circular shapes. It was more like a glow than a bright light, but with distinct round edges. Not fuzzy, the spheres were in a line with the edges touching each other, as to form one object. The center sphere was the largest, about the size of the full moon, and the next adjacent two were smaller, and outer were the smallest half of the center sphere. So that's wild that in Georgia they're seeing all these alien sightings. I remember when I saw one in my yard and I was looking up to the horizon and I saw a blue giant spherical thing that hovered up, that just like went upwards. It was weird. Right. The most recent UFO sighting in Savannah was in March of this year. Someone reported seeing something without lights moving in the sky, no noise, presumed to be a barbell shaped with two round semi-spheres. It was heading in a northerly direction, no lights, no noise, and it had height, I would assume, roughly 500 feet, slightly above the horizon. Hey, I just said horizon. That's what I saw, so we're going to play a synchronicity clap. I was able to review it for 10 seconds before my view was obstructed by trees. Oh, Amanda. Yeah, exactly, Amanda. Yeah, there you go. In Lawrenceville, 70 sightings. Gwinnett County, suburb, has been a hotbed of UFO sightings dating back in 1961. In July of that year, someone reported to the center that they woke up to a craft hovering outside our window. I could have hit it with a rock. With a circular, it was circular with a panel of four large lights on the bottom flashing different colors, and the panel lights around the side flashing red black. In 1999, another person reported seeing a football field sized triangular object. That's big. With the fire burner at the very back floated with no sound over my cousin and I's head. The latest sighting came in February of this year, where someone said they saw UFOs cylindrical in shape and hovered for about an hour, then both just disappeared at the same while we were looking at them. Well, there I go again. I woke up Bubbles. And he's going to come in here and give me a piece of his mind. So that was in Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville. In Cumming, so sighting 63, not far off Lake Lanier, the city of Cumming has had more than boats to worry about. The center said its earliest reported UFO sighting was in 1996. That person reported that they were sleeping one night. In the process of turning over, I realized I was being held down by something. I then woke up and saw a large black rectangular shape over me. I had to roll back and forth 3 or 4 times to break loose of its disappeared. In 1999, another person reported seeing a brilliant amber object with trailing sparks moving zenith west to the horizon. Meta, you're hilarious. Yeah, he will. Bubbles will put me in my place, and he will avenge everybody's ears because aliens seem to have no respect for the headphone users, no respect for the eardrums. Yeah, rest in peace, headphone users, and rest in peace, aliens. Come on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and I'll say I don't mind people using my clips for anything. They could use my clips for anything. And Amanda, my shirt. Let's make sure I'm getting this right. My shirt says Angry Birds, and it's a video game that you could get on Android or the Apple one. And basically, the Angry Birds are a it's a it's an app game, and you could catapult Angry Birds into these little pig heads. So it was a game I used to play when I was a kid on my iPod. It's like a cat's trying to sleep, and he gets awoken by a rude alien. All right, so that was funny what I just did. Well, that's right, Meta, and also I could have you a scene in the. I'll see you in the flying saucer because we're on the spaceship, but I have a flying saucer, and then there would be like this epic match with the different because we're both aliens, different types. And yeah, and also you can do that with a copyright claim on the videos. Like people can have strikes. People can strike another person's channel. That's true. But with fair use, so this is I want to explain to everybody, every YouTuber on here, to see the truth about fair use. So I want to explain to everybody how fair use works. Tell y'all a story. One night, I was being myself because I do a lot of things with the platform, and I was reacting to a TV show Latina sent me, and it was good. And I wake up in the morning, and the copyright people had it strike down. Well, I was not striked. The people had the video blocked, so YouTube did not strike me. The stream was just blocked. And that is the TV company's loss because they're not getting more recognition from their old TV show that no one watches anymore. Just perhaps on YouTube. They do watch it on YouTube, obviously, but also mine was a medium, and you can get permission from a copyright holder. But a lot of YouTubers say on the platform that the people with the copyrights, that a lot of people say on the channel you could use something for fair use. I'm going to talk slower. A lot of people on these channels say you can use a content for fair use. With fair use, you must understand that you can use small clips of a video, but it doesn't say specifically how long or short it is, though. You could argue that in a court, that there's no specific timestamp that's fair use. And you comment on it and commentate on it, and that is like what fair use is. But what YouTubers don't really say, because YouTube themselves have made statements about it. So in these situations, the YouTube people say that they don't decide what fair use is or isn't. If there's some copyrighted material, they don't care. They will give a copyright claim to your video. And people, like say Dark Matter or myself, saw someone using a video, we could request a copyright takedown of the video. So that is basically what a creator can do. And then you can actually get it refuted. So you could refute the claim, and I could have refuted the claim on the other video, but I don't want to, care. They don't want their thing on there. That's their loss. I could, they're the ones losing out, not me. But basically, you can refute it and say, oh, I have the copyright permission, or I have the fair use. And you would state your name, your full name, and that acknowledging that your channel could be terminated if you're making it up or lying, and put a request to the copyright holder why your video should not be taken down. And then YouTube will bring it back up temporarily, and it would take 30 days to get it refuted, and then you could have everything taken off the video. But it will not excuse, this is the weird part, chat, it will not excuse anything that happened before. So if there's a copyright claim in your channel, it like stays with your channel, or a copyright strike, or whatever. It stays with your channel, like they'll remember it. And the reason why YouTube does this is because they don't want to be sued, personally. They don't want to be sued, and YouTube just works like that, and creators and people are being misguided by saying you could use something for fair use, because it would go into a court. You would have to go to court to prove it was fair use. And even if a judge said it's fair use, the YouTube algorithm doesn't know the difference. I agree, Meta. It is fucked up. I agree. Totally. And also, and I think that it's important for people to know this about how YouTube works. Exactly, Meta. Exactly. That's what I've heard about too, also. Oh, chat. it's 3:14, and that's another time. That's another synchronicity thing. So everybody with headphones, everybody with cats, turn your volume down for just a moment. I'll give y'all a second because there's some synchronicity situation with me. So here we go. Everybody, turn the volume down. Brace yourself. Oh, really? That's what you're gonna do? Application? That's not what I want you to do. Alright, here we go. I'm about to do it. I'll even turn it down on my end. Alright. That's over with. We're going to go back and put this here. And chat wanted to, they needed to see the whole thing. They didn't need to see like a piece of it. That's not what I meant. And here we go. Put that there. And put this back this way. Exactly, yes, see, that's a good idea. And exactly what Amanda's saying. All the hard work for nothing. Yeah. Yeah, they just would just all go down the drain. But of course people can still do stuff with their learning experience from it. Like good things can come out of bad things, but yes, with YouTube, it is strange. Oh yeah. Yes, man. Yes, Meta. I think I might consider it. I'll think about it. Yeah, and I think basically the system does need some changing. It sure does. Yes, I have seen people that start other channels. Yes. Exactly, Meta. I agree. And I think it's good for people to have, multiple sources. It's not put all your eggs in one basket. And Stranded, I think the cooking channel is a very good idea. Like, also, yeah, with me, I didn't know about the copyright issues until later because I was like, with YouTube, I could negotiate with them, I think. Yeah, I'm very sure of that. But with because what they do is you're doing with the third party. You're not doing with YouTube themselves. They wash their hands of it, so to speak. So yeah, but I don't use the other videos and stuff. I don't do that anymore because it's not really necessary, and I understand YouTube doesn't want to get themselves in trouble, and we can just talk about these other things. But whatever YouTube does, it's like doesn't matter to me really. With but I will do my part in doing my thing. And because the channel's about aliens and different news topics and stuff. And I'd say, I make all my own content anyway. I've even reacted to my own videos. In Stranded, I was looking at something on the screen about the constellations. And yeah, Stranded, I have looked into that and I will do that. And also, Amanda mentioned the Patreon and stuff. Yes, I'm going to get into these things, these other platforms that y'all mentioned to me. I will do them. I will be on the platforms, and I will take care of that. Yes, I will. And thank y'all so much for the suggestions. And I like the different platforms besides YouTube, but YouTube's a good recruiting tool to get people on board the spaceship. Now, Amanda, I have an alien brain, so remind me of what I said I have that you wanted to see, because it skipped a neutron to skip my brain for a second. So just remind me what I said, Amanda. Thank you. Yeah, and also I think because the podcast, it's pretty cool because people like to listen to me while they're doing different things. And my friend that's visiting New York, he also likes that too. He likes listening to that stuff. Yeah, these are some of the different constellations and stuff, and I think it's interesting how they travel through space to get to our planet. Okay, no, Amanda, I don't even know. I saw in chat just a moment ago. You said, "Alien, you have. I want to see those." But I'll remember. I'll think about it. Remember, it'll come back to me, and you'll see them in time. Whatever it is. Yeah, and also I'm gonna see chat in a moment. Okay. All right. So I should. Oh. Okay. All right, Amanda. Yeah, you'll see them. You will see them. All right. Amanda, that's funny. Yeah, Amanda, that's a wild story. That's a wild story. Okay. I will. I do have that video, the Peru one. Yeah, that Peru one's out. The other one's me reacting to myself. That one. That one was because that was me during a stream. Y'all were here, but the video of me reacting to myself, that's not on YouTube just yet. It's not up on the internet yet. But the other one I was talking about was me when y'all were with me on a stream like a month or two ago, and I was reacting to my own video with y'all here. And I'm glad that you would like to see the video. All right, so I'm going to talk about this thing that in Congress on the strange sightings in California on the lunch site. What the hell is going on there? Elvis. Oh. Meta, that sounds wild. I mean, that sounds wow. Thanks for sharing. A red square the size of a football field hovered in the sky for nearly a minute before the zipping off. That's how a former Navy pilot described a mysterious unidentified aerial phenomena that was spotted at Vandenberg Air Force Base in Central Coast in 2003, brought to light last week during House Oversight Subcommittee hearing. Once dismissed as conspiracy theories or fodder for a good party joke, UAPs, more commonly referred to as UFOs, are now under scrutiny on Capitol Hill, where the July 26 hearing sought to investigate the phenomena and whether they pose a national security threat. Oh, Meta was slandered. Well, people are just dicks. Like, that was harsh language. But in this situation, it's called for. And basically, it's unfortunate, Meta, that you went through that and that you were slandered. You're really cool people. As you're in the chat, you're always cool to me. I like talking to you when you come on the show. I don't know why people would be beefing with you like that. They needed comfort. Ryan Graves, a former Navy pilot and founder of nonprofit organization focused on UAP sightings, testified in part about his own sightings on East Coast in 2014 and 2015, and was asked about the Vandenberg event by Rep. Anna Pauline Luna, R. Florida. Graves did not observe the event himself, but said a witness came to his organization, Americans for Safe Aerospace, with a first-hand account and evidence, including police blotters and other documentation. Oh, okay, Meta. Because I thought he was saying, like, the lady who owned the land was his landlord, and the son lied to the police. Well, the son lies to the police, they were slandering him. So, if they lied about Meta, they're slandering him. Okay, but I'm wrong. Okay, but hey, they kidnapped him. Okay. To me, that was slander. Like, they're saying, like, Meta, like, went over with a baseball bat and knocked someone silly and walked off when there was like no baseball bat even there. The guy was all right with no marks on him, and everybody's pointing at Meta. And the police start coming over, and everyone's like standing there pointing at him, and they're being crusty. Then YouTube comes and joins in too, the YouTube people, and they go and point at him. It's like, yeah, man. As I said, that would make me upset too. I would not like that either. A large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at lower altitude over the launch facilities, Graves said. According to the witnesses, who remains anonymous, the square hovered for about 45 seconds before taking off. Oh, that's what I meant, Meta. That's what I meant. Okay? Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So he's accusing of being a home invader. Or being a freeloader or something, which not even a freeloader, like a home invader. I'm so funny. You had a bad experience with the Southerners, but not all Southerners are like that. A lot of us are nice people that wouldn't act like that with hospitality. Like down here in New Orleans, they would never treat you like that here. Nobody would. Even like everybody's like cool, good or bad. Everybody's like cool. So that's unfortunate that that happened. A large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities in Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base with ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. Graves said, according to the witnesses, who remains anonymous, the squared the square hovered for about 45 seconds before taking off. Yeah, I agree, Latina. Preach. Yeah, SC. SC, exactly. SC understands. He knows. He knows. It's like YouTube is like the Bardenoff, like from the Wojak comics. It's like YouTube comes in the chat and messes up the whole thing. It's like it's all over. There were additional reports of sightings later that evening after sunset, including some aggressive behaviors, Graves said. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off, he said. Americans for Safe Aerospace declined to comment on the record about Vandenberg event or Graves' testimony. More than 30 commercial aircrew and military UAP witnesses have approached Americans for Safe Aerospace when he was far from the first report of UAPs in California. And there's more. At 2021 news conferences on UFOs, Robert Jacobs, a former first lieutenant at Vandenberg, said telescope video camera his crew set up in the base to record a missile test September 1964 captured a flying saucer-shaped object, went around the top warhead, and fired a beam of light down at the top of the warhead before flying out to the frame, Jacobs said. Footage later cut, and he was warned his superior never talk about the incident. The thing was up there, and I saw it, he said. The Pentagon, NASA, and other national security agencies are investigating a rise in reports of UAPs, which they stress unidentified and often have far less interesting origins than being sent from a galaxy far, far away. Still reports of UAP sightings inevitably, inventable. Well, I know this word. Inevitable. Inevitable. Come on. I know this word. Inevitably. Rarely curiosity about intelligent life being beyond Earth. And surveys show increasing number of Americans share the belief that we are not alone. All right, Amanda. Understood. Well, that sucks, Meta. You're a really cool dude, and I'm glad that you and I met on YouTube, and the conversations and stuff. And that's unfortunate that what you went through. And I believe that, in my own life, that it's looking, the dots connect, not looking forward. It doesn't make sense sometimes. Like when you look forward with this situation. But with me, at least, and others, I believe, looking back, things will make sense. And it's good to have faith that everything will be okay in the end, in the long run, but understand that's a hardship that you went through. Well, SC, the reason why I say, like, the title is also Late Night Chilling, so Late Night Chilling could include different things. And if you meant something else, I may have not have caught it. Meta, I think you should try, at least, you'll never know, like, the biggest risk is taking none. I think you should try to get this legally handled if you can, like what Latina is suggesting. She always has great suggestions about all kinds of things. And she knows, like, when she says something, she knows her field. Amen, Latina. And God will have everything taken care of. You know, the energy field that we talked about. And Meta, as I said, very smart, very intelligent. And you have to trust in God that the dots will connect in the future. In the universe, and things like that. And that things will make sense later. And a gem, it can't be polished without friction. Nor man perfected without trials. That the hard times will make us stronger. So good things can come out of bad situations. But I do think if there's something you can do about it, to do it. According to a 2020 YouGov poll, 34% of Americans believe UFOs are likely alien ships or life forms, up to 20% in 1996. Only 32% of Americans say UFOs are likely to have a scientific explanation compared to 51% in 1996. Amen, Latina. Amen. And to live is a great privilege. To live, to breathe, to see the morning, and to see the birds chirping, to see the sunrise, to see the nature. There's always something good. You know, even people that were in the Holocaust and different things like that, there is always something positive. People in the communist countries that were getting subjugated, the Christians that were getting hurt in the communist countries as well. In all these different situations, there's people that saw positive things in their situations. And it's also good to look at those things as well, but not to deny the bad stuff that has occurred. Yes, Meta, that is true. It depends how one interprets the event, because something can build up somebody or it can tear someone down. That's true. And I believe, in my opinion, people have a choice to choose which path that they want to go down. But I'm not saying that somebody like you or somebody is choosing to be broken down. I'm just saying that it can have the ability to make you stronger. Maybe not now. It may not feel that way, but in the long run, when you break down a muscle, it builds back up. And I've had situations in the moment it looked very dire, but as time went on and progressed, it helped make me stronger and other people stronger. But Meta, feel free to talk and get what is bothering you out. That's fine. Those who believe in extraterrestrial intelligence are more likely to consider military reports of UAPs as evidence, according to June 21 poll by Research Center. Also, I remember something I learned is about your perspective of things. Like people, it depends how they interpret an event. And if you see the way broadly, you'll see it in everything. You could see that you learn something about aliens or something, you could see it in everything else. And I always enjoy your calls, Meta. I always like your calls. They're very cool. I've learned a lot from you and had a lot of good times with you. And if other people don't see the value that you put out, they are just soy and they're jealous. Because if you have haters, it means you're doing something right. A lot of people are jealous of you because of the great things that you're able to do with your YouTube channel and with friends and stuff, and the information you convey to us. And pray for Meta. Experts don't absolutely rule out that alien civilization could be beyond something like the Red Square described in last week's hearing. Though they said it is incredibly unlikely, the journey to Earth is no trivial matter. Such a trip would expand the tremendous energy, require an unbelievably fast, strong rocket, will money. The billions NASA spent on developing space shuttle that was not even meant to leave Earth's orbit. Yes, Meta, I understand. And Amen and Latina is absolutely right. Through God and Jesus. Amen. But also, I will say this. With Meta, there's a time period where a lot of people I knew from my past seemed like they faded out and went their separate ways. And with school and stuff I knew back then. And I remember I have all of you and YouTube, and there's still people I talk to, and I have nothing against people from school, but I drifted from a lot of people. And you, Meta, were one of the people that I met through ABL, and to know that I and Chad appreciate you, and the calls were very good, and I'm thankful that you came across my path. very much needed, because I believe that, it didn't make sense back then why things worked out the way they did, but then as time progressed, it made sense later when I met y'all. And that, remember, I like talking about Steve Jobs. When he got fired from Apple, he felt broken down and terrible. And then it led him to something even better later, and eventually back to Apple. Like a palm tree. Say a palm tree, it's in the hurricane, and it gets hit down by the hurricane, but it comes back up. While other trees get broken down and they don't come back. But a palm tree gets stronger as it's being pushed down. I remember like what Jesus said. I like what he said about how the storms can go to both houses, and the one built on the rock will survive the storm. So the rain falls on the just and the unjust, and rain falls on everybody. Bad things happen, and it's important to have the foundation on the rock. So that is some combination of different things I want to say about that as we have this discussion. And also, it's good to be thankful for the possessions that one possesses, anything that they like, for they would crave them if they weren't theirs. Like people in a Chinese prison or North Korea don't have what we have, that's true. It is very expensive to. I'm reading the article. It's very expensive to do that, said Seth Shostak, a senior astronomer at the CT Institute, which focuses on the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. And aliens probably don't have unlimited amounts of alien money, he added with a chuckle. Funding the difficulties aside, an interstellar trip to Earth would be taxing and dangerous, unfolding over 1,000,000 years in space. Every piece of dust could be potentially catastrophic, given the speed a rocket travel to reach our planet. Jean Margot, a planetary astronomer at UCLA professor who is also involved in CT work, likened it to a car getting totaled if a bug hit its windshield at relativistic speed. Even when traveling at 10% the speed of light, it would still take 1,000,000 years to cross the galaxy, Margaret said. Amanda, that is a very good. That's a very good thing to be happy about something every day. Yes. Yes, I agree with Amanda. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, Amanda. LOL. In Meta, the positives are not to relinquish the pain. The pain will be there. That certainly will be there. It's not denying what you're going through, and it's normal for what you're going through. And I'm not saying like it's normal to feel pain. You're not doing anything wrong, Meta. It's normal to feel that way. And also, I think it's good that you're still around, and you're still going, and that you're able to, in a way, overcome those events because you're still here today with us. while other people may have not have been here today for various reasons that went through your same situation. So no, the pain is there, the pain is real, and we all go through things that are bad. I'm not denying that. It's nothing wrong, and it's normal for you to feel the way you feel, better. It's normal. And it takes practice, and great things take time, and you could take the advice or not. It's okay. Just do what you feel is best. All right. Who has this kind of patience? Margaret asked. Imagine the wear and tear that of the spacecraft. With any UAP account, there is the question of evidence. Photos can too easily be manipulated or faked with artificial intelligence, but physical objects could be proof of alien life, say some kind of material that can be tested and examined in a lab and proved to be manufactured by the alien life. According to retired Major David Grush, a former Air Force officer intelligence official who delivered the most striking testimony last week, such evidence exists. Grush claims that the programs he worked on recovered intact and partially intact vehicles that testing showed were designed by non-human intelligence. If the aliens really are here, we gotta say they don't do much. They're like house guests who never ask for dinner. That's not to say there isn't other intelligent life unfolding, and shout out to Amanda for sending me this article. Unfolding somewhere in this vast universe trying to communicate with Earth. Margaret and Shostak, among the scientists commenting their life's work on that church. There are many things in the sky that look strange, but it takes more than a strange appearance to qualify as alien, Margaret wrote in the email. Many of us wish to believe that aliens are out there, but we ought to reserve judgment unto obtain compelling evidence of their existence. Latina said Mexican prison. Yeah, I'm sure that does suck. There are many things in the sky that look strange, but it takes more than a strange appearance to qualify as an alien, Margaret wrote in an email. Many of us wish to believe that aliens are out there, but we ought to reserve judgment until we obtain compelling evidence of their existence. Alright, that's that article. Thanks to Amanda for that. Very sweet of you, Amanda, to to be there for Meta. For Meta, that's good. That's good. Okay, Meta, thank you for sharing that with us about the situation with God. Yes. And the answer to this is that I remember in the Bible where Jesus wanted God to save him from the crucifixion, and he didn't even save Jesus from it. And in the fallen world, we will have sufferings and things. And I will say, in a way, it's good that you're here. There's food to eat. And I know this is cliche. This is, I'm empathizing with what you're going through with the situation you have. But basically, that there are things to be thankful for. As crazy and ridiculous as it sounds, there are things and blessings to be thankful for. Because there is somebody in North Korea that has no electricity, that's being tormented right now by Kim Jong-un and his fried chicken. And also, I will say that as an alien observing Earth, being rude with the cat and all, all jokes aside, I will say that basically with God, that sometimes it doesn't always stop the things from happening, but will help us go through it. And that the afterlife is the perfect place to be. And that your life isn't over and things will get better. And also, Meta, well, I think I'll tell you a good day that I had. I had a good day when you came to my channel for the first time as the 70th subscriber. And also, I think a lot of times people think about their own situations and things they're going through personally, but it's also good to what we give to other people. And like, I remember when you subscribed to the channel for the first time, and the comments you made on my channel, and the good calls that we had, those were very good days, for me at least, in chat. And you have a very good channel, and very good content, and you were able to provide joy and good times for other people. And that is something good that you did for others. And it's very important. So I value the things you did for other people is very important. And I think that something, and you don't have to think this, but that was something to be proud of, is the things that you did for others as well. But look, Meta, I will not deny what you've been through is terrible. And it's normal for you to feel the way you feel. And although I've not been through your specific situation myself, I totally understand in the sense of the great suffering that happened. And that it would drive any man or woman crazy if we went through for what you went through. And you say you pray, and you pray, and you feel that nothing happens. That's understood. Your position is very understood. And there are many ways, say, to the top of the mountain. There's many ways for success, but you keep on saying your thoughts, and I'm glad that you shared this with us. Thank you very much. In Meta, at least, you don't have to deal with what I have to do in my life when I turn on the spaceship
and I have it on reverse, and I go and fly in and break the whole garage, and I have to repair the whole thing. And YouTube will come in anyway and point the finger at me for doing something when it's not even their spaceship. Now that's harsh, what I go through. The year I was born was 1998. I don't think that's what she meant, but 98 reminded me the year I was born was 1998. Well, Meta, your position is understood, and you went through a lot of hardships. And I know what dark meta means. I knew what that meant. I remember that. I had something. Ow, my hand. Had a feeling about that. Was that the dark meta meant? That's what it meant. It wasn't light meta anymore. It was dark meta. I know. And also, and the reason you stayed alive, if you weren't here, you wouldn't have had these calls on the show. And also, what you did was, I remember how you calling into the show, you'll have future calls on here, and all the people enjoy your calls and learn a lot from you. I've learned a lot from you, and I like our discussions on religion, on the aliens, and you're very funny. And laughter is good. Laughter is the greatest medicine. And also, if you were not here the next day, you would be remembered and be very, very missed. And I hope that there's more calls that you have on the show. And I've been through hardships too, and I don't fully understand everything that went on with things in my life, but I've not been through what you went through, nothing like that. But as we all go through life, and it's not over yet, let's see how it goes. I'll be interested to see what happens as we all go through this together. Hey Jacob, glad you could join us. Glad you're here. Alright, I was doing something and I'm on back chat. Had an alien moment. Oh, yes, to answer your question. It's not a specific time. The process is beginning right now. It just, there's a specific time is not known. You just have to have faith in something. If it's you faith in the universe, karma, God, we had the calls on the show. We had a good time. And that was pretty cool. So, 90 years old, who knows when it will be? But at least just keep on believing and pursuing. And that same thing with my life and other people's lives that had this view of the world. It's all about the mindset. The mindset for victory must be there. Like Alexander the Great, he had the mindset to conquer. The Genghis Khan, the people in World War II, they had a sense of both sides, a sense to take it. And the battle is in your mind. And I believe that we have power over the mind, but not over outside events. So you have power over the mind, but not always outside events. Not talking about a god or a religion here, but you have power over what you think in the mind. Maybe not everything that happens around you. And this takes practice, 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 practice. Okay? And I want to say that I've had doubts, I've had bad days, I've had bad moments. I can relate. Okay? I'm not perfect. I'm human just like you. I can relate to the same situation. But with practice, I believe that is a better outlook to have than the outlook of destruction and failure, in my opinion. No matter what outcome really happens, you can't control what happens, but you can control your mindset. Yeah, 1998. Yeah, I don't remember much about it because I was a tiny, tiny little one. As usual. Oh, that's pretty cool. You got signed for a record label. You do make good sound effects, and hey, I'll say this. I think it's cool that you like my music and you were signed up for your own record label. That's really cool. So somebody like that likes my music too. That's really cool. And I'm glad that I met someone that had that. Yeah, the Mutiverse. It is a trip, yeah. When I try to travel around the sun, I get my ship got half burnt up. Lucky. See, you got a better ship than I do. Well, it was actually it was an escape pod. It wasn't the best escape pod, but I'm sure Meta had his stuff together when he was going around the sun. Yeah, Meta, I don't know anything about your music career at all. Well, that's good, Meta. I was traveling around Mars because Elon Musk was saying he was scouting. He wanted me to scout it around because he wanted to know where he was going to put his plaque after he defeated Zuckerberg, and various of other reasons. He wants to colonize the whole planet, and there's some crabs on there. So I was on Mars, but Earth is pretty cool too. But down here, it's really hot where I am. Meta has the coolest stories. He always does. It's like always very cool to learn. In a call or something, Meta, if you ever want to talk about your music career, I'd be very interested to know, and so a chat. Yeah, and thanks Amanda for the article. I'll read the other one another time. How about yeah? I can do it right now. The next one. Let's put up some peaceful images on the screen. Peaceful images. So yeah, these are some fluffy kittens I think are cute. Aw. I'm sure it is a long story. That was poetic. Several revolutions of your son and my age. Well, that's a better picture. That looks like Pearl the cat. Yeah, I like kittens. Yeah. And chat can get along, and chat can chill out, unless there's something. She's getting to something. Everybody needs to be cool. Everybody, we're all friends here. But let's see where this goes. See where this goes. Well, that's not a peaceful image. This is a peaceful image. Yeah, Meta's not lying. I like cute cows. Yeah, people don't want to reveal information, especially when there's this alien right here. That's fine. Like, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cute ducks. Yeah, Meta's not lying. I like that. Older than Jesus and younger than God. That was funny. Well, ducks. Oh, but looking at chat. Yeah, but I'm not going to accuse him of lying. He just doesn't may not want to share the information. Yeah, and also with yeah, in Meta, you see, Meta went through like traumatic events, so it led him to go to those conclusions, and it was harsh what he went through. And yeah, I don't think he's lying, especially if he went through bad stuff before. It would just make the situation worse, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. Oh, okay, Meta. You could share. Say you could go on. Because I remember Meta was mentioning these like something older than a VHS tape. I'm like, I didn't even know what that was. Yeah, my uncle did stuff like that, Meta. My uncle did things like that too. A thorn. Paul had a thorn in his side, and God never removed it. And I will say it doesn't mean that God would remove something. There's a misconception or stop the suffering. Not all the time. And basically, that these situations that we go through, God isn't always taken away. No, that's not true. But He'll help you go through it and give you beauty for ashes. Because we would have to disprove that it doesn't exist. And even if God wasn't hypothetically required to do anything good for us at all, it's good that he does, and it's good that we're here. I remember someone told me peace on earth is when nothing bad's going on. You're in your yard, there's nothing terrible happening. That's peace on earth. Somebody told me that a long time ago. Yeah, and I kept hugging too in the group hug. And I believe God is the solution. Amen. I do. And that's why, but I'm saying that just because God doesn't take away something, like we're here, we're not in a North Korean prison, we're still alive, we're still together, and we're in this chat, we're in a, like, say, there's food, there's water, there's shelter. There are blessings that people and the homeless people in the street don't have. So consider the blessings that you do possess. For if they weren't yours, you would be even more upset. Yeah, but Meta's cool people. I'm glad that I met him and he's on the show. And I'm just explaining about the Christian perspective of it. Chat. Chats. Now, I'll say Latina and Meta, I understand that. We gotta understand that from this perspective, what's going on here, what he's going through, and that this discussion is necessary, and it'll take its course, and it's also good that we get this out and get this situated. I do believe that. Look at this duck. But still. You know, I think I just have one of those faces where people want to start fighting. I can't lie. But I also have a face of peace and people want to get along and stuff too. But I'm just saying, when you're around the spaceship for a long time, the fumes of the spaceship start getting to people. It gets to me every time I try to open the door because I just walk into the wall and hit my face. Yes, the lack of oxygen. Amanda, yes, the lack of oxygen. We gotta get the Greys to fix that situation. Because the Greys know what they're doing with that. Look at these ducklings. Oh yeah, the memes. oh, look at this. It's like, of course it's going to fly around the screen. That's what it's going to do. It's not going to just move like it did before. It's going to just... Alright, so this is something, a meme that I made out of one of Peach's ponies. And it says, me waiting in line for 3 hours at Disney World like. Because that's like, say you're waiting in Disney World in line to go to the thing and it takes a long time. Oh well. And did he block the whole thing? Did he block the whole thing? Yeah, of course. People can't even really see it. So what it says, chat, is waiting in line for 3 hours at Disney World like. That's what it says. So Goofy right here, me, yeah. So people can't even see the whole thing. But anyway. Yeah, and yeah, basically, yeah, with the ducks and stuff, I like the ducks. They're pretty cool. And also, with the different ducks and things, I like it. And also, we talk about the pigs and things. I like the farm. It's very nice. Yeah, so basically, with the alien situation, they're seen all over the country, all over the world, and the Peru aliens are having a lot of, they're being attacked. The people in Peru are being attacked by the aliens. And also, another situation is that it's good it's coming out, and the interdimensional beings, the cryptids and stuff, are coming out, and with the technology, we're seeing what's going on. And leprosy is something to not be afraid of. It's just something the media may use to turn people on each other. And yeah, Jacob says Friday where he works, the farm neighbor had the cows out eating grain and water. Yeah, the cows are so cute. And I'll show one of Peach's cows again. Like everybody to see what's going on. Yeah, that's the cow chilling in the creek. Yeah, back into the creek. And basically, yeah, so with the cows, yeah, that's the cow she has, and there's this other cow that I had that's pretty cool. Over here. And here we go over here. Let's see. I just had the cow up here. It was this other nice looking cow from the farm. Might be down even lower. Yep. Yeah, so Jacob, this is another cow she has, what Peach has. That's one of her other cows in the farm. It's pretty cool. I think Essie went to sleep. Yeah, Essie went to sleep. And also, that's and what they were saying earlier. That's a nice looking cow that Peach has, and the cows are not really that friendly. And also, this is the snow from Georgia, and I'll show some snow from Colorado probably. See when I get that one, probably next one. But this is from Georgia. This is the snow in Georgia. It's pretty cool. In the mountains. And this is an alien. Yeah, this is a really angry looking alien right here. That's the gray alien when he has to fix the spaceship's oxygen. Thanks, Meta. I'm glad you like the dog. And yeah, exactly, man. There's a lot of evil around us. And awful, horrible things are going on. And yes, that's very cool. And yeah, of course, it's not going to do what I want it to do, and it's going to like watch this. So, mini goat, and it doesn't do it. Doesn't do it. All right. Do it again. It's not what I want to do. Oh, that's because it was the wrong format. I'm looking at the wrong one. That's why. We're gonna go to that one, and it's gonna work. Yeah, I can't stop looking at mini goats. Yes, yes, Meta. That's funny. Yes. And yeah, so this is the goat, and he's so cute. I love these little minis. And this reminds me, like I'll talk about the school. It's like this is like when the teacher in class comes over to you when you're sleeping, and he tries to wake you up. I love farm animals. It's very therapeutic. And this one is the group hug. And also, it's like I would also like to pet them. I want to pet all of them. Yeah, Meta. That was funny, Meta. That was funny. Join chat. Chat's cool. And I do have more farm pictures. There's tons and tons of farm pictures. It's just today I was talking to my buddy that's in New York, and I've not heard from him in months. And I just didn't get around to getting more pictures up. But I showed y'all what I could show this time. Well, they're not my animals. A lot of these are just pets she has, and some of them, like she does farming and stuff. And but yeah, no, they're not my pets. They're Peach's pets. Oh, one time what I was doing was I was at school and I got a random nosebleed because sometimes I would have these random nosebleeds for no reason, and then it would cause, and I had to go to the front office, and they helped me out. Hello, Sprite. Good to see you. Glad you're in chat. Glad that you're in chat, Sprite. You're listening to the Alien Podcast. It's like Meta's a cartoon. Yeah, so basically, we're going to get another picture. That's a very small picture. That didn't really go the way I wanted it to go. There's an actual gray alien. He was shown in the Russian laboratory. This was like the wax museum in New Orleans. And basically, this was when the French women were sent down here to Louisiana because they needed some French women because there's no women here. So they had to repopulate the area with women. So that's when the king sent a bunch of women over here. King of France. Chickens. Yeah, and yeah, so basically the chickens I've been showing the different farm animals like in a cycle, like a slideshow. That's something I might need to go and make. It's a slideshow. Yeah, because I know the Men in Black. There's these people, and they were doing these different things, and they were trying to stop people from talking about the aliens and stuff. Yeah, Meta. I understand. It's all yeah, cause I remember I used to go there all the time. I liked it. I could. Hey, we're gonna look this up on Google. Let's see. Yeah, so the Wax Museum in New Orleans, I liked it. It was pretty cool, but I like things like that. I like spooky things, and they had this area where you can see like the stuff from the '50s horror movies and like the '30s horror movies, and like you're just like in the horror movie. It was crazy. This is when they had some ladies and they were fighting each other, and yeah, this is where like where the hookers and stuff were. Oh, Amanda, that's terrible. What happened? Amanda, that's unfortunate that that happened. Wow. Over money? Like, just so good. People are so stupid. Yeah, I agree, Amanda, but I like spooky, I like creepy things. Like, and Meta says, I like what you're saying, Meta. That's interesting. And I like this channel where people can talk about what's going on with themselves, and we could all talk about it. I think that's a good thing to do. I don't mind it. I'm glad that you all are sharing information and we're discussing it. I think it's important. It's part of what this channel is about. Even in peacetime. Meta's funny. In Meta, I like the stuff you're saying. Interesting information. And he went to one wax museum. It's enough. I'm responding to something in your body. Okay, I came back. So yeah, what's his name? No, I know what his name is because he's in the chat. Jacob. Yeah, Jacob. That would be the Sea Wax Museum. But New Orleans took this wax museum down because they want to build condos, and I was disgusted. All right, I was disgusted. There's not a definition of how disgusted I was. Yeah, Meta, I understand. When I saw the Wax Museum for the first time, I remember it was like, wow, this is kind of. And also, they have these like spooky ones. But New Orleans is a spooky place. We're kind of used to it here, but it's still spooky as spooky. I'm reading what Amanda's saying. That's why I paused. Yeah, Amanda, that sounds really a cringe, and it sounds like a beta soy boy to do that. Over money and over that, it sounds like a. It sounds soy. Yeah, cringe. I remember this one when I was little, but now I know what it means. It's Corpse in the Waxworks. Well, I know what that is now. I was a kid. I'm like, ah, this lady's in there. I'm just cringed that they took it down, but it's these figures are somewhere. Okay, they're somewhere being stored. Yeah, Meta says I stared them for hours. It's the strangest thing. I got so creeped out by the idea and death and thinking their reanimation and technology. Every sci-fi movie at once in my brain. That's awesome. Amen, Amanda. Amen. Want me to crawl in? That's funny. Oh yeah, he is supposed to be peaceful. Exactly. Meta said that it wanted to crawl in. That was funny. Yeah, they had the Cyclops thing. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. That and also they talk about Andrew Jackson saving New Orleans. Looks like these wax museums they got a new home. Oh wait, chat's saying something. I got to address. Now about the call in, I think he said he wanted the call in, right? Now the thing about the calling in, I should have mentioned that. Well, I did mention that way before, but the calling in, because it's getting to the part of the end part of the show. That's the problem with the calling in part. It'd be wouldn't be the time to do that now. So I think next time we'll have Meta call in and he could tell us about what's going on. Think about it. Let's see. Yeah, so Meta will have you on the show next time, and you can speak the whole time. All right. Okay. These people had to wear these big clothes down here. It's crazy. Sprite rather. The cat is doing good. The cat is doing good. I just showed him on the screen a little while ago. All right. Yeah, she could see the cat. Yes. All right. Here's the cat. This is Bubbles. And yeah, there's, you know, the cat's very nice. I like him. Yeah, the cat's hiding a lot of secrets. The cat thinks he's hiding. And yeah, the cat is always very, like, he looks like very sus. Yeah, he's certain he's invisible. Yeah, Sprite's funny. I think the stream was having some glitching for a second. Yeah, so that's the cat. He thinks he's invisible, but he isn't. Yeah, yeah, Meta, that is a cool name. That's a cool name. Well, that's good. That's good. Let's see. This is the baby goat. Yes, Amanda, I used the webcam to go live. That's true. All right, Meta. I'll definitely look into that. This one, I don't know the name of it. I have to ask her. And also Petey. Well, thanks, Amanda. I'm glad that you also would like that too. Mine is a loggy webcam. I got it from Amazon. And also I have a microphone called Tonaro. To Tonaro. Tone O-R. I'm from New Orleans. And also, right. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all to say about that. Yeah, Meta, I'll definitely watch your soundtracks. All right, so yeah, because there's some different things going on around here, and pretty cool. Wonder if chat can still see me because it's kind of glitchy. Cute little land. Thank you, Amanda. It does sound good because it is good. I like it. I enjoy it. Here. Oh, Sprite. That's very interesting. That they saw it here, and may he rest in peace. All right. Mhm. Okay. All right. Yeah, Meta. That sounds very painful. All right, chat. This was a great stream, and I will be going live again. And I'll have Meta on as the caller. He'll come on, and he can have the 6 hours to talk if he wants. And also, I'm glad that those have passed through throughout the time, and those that may see this rerun, that will see this rerun. And thankful that we shared information with each other about our different events and things. And thanks everybody for coming here. Alright. And I'll be closing it down in a moment. And this was a great stream. I enjoyed it. And hope all of you have a good night, good morning. Alright. And we'll cover more topics next time. We'll cover other topics next time. And we'll have Meta on as a caller. Alright, Meta and chat, everybody, Amanda. Alright. Thanks for coming.